Howdy there everyone, I'm back yet again tonight with a story that I am sure you will love falling asleep to. Now, for my Americans, the 250th anniversary is around the corner, and I thought, why not do a story on how the US flag became a symbol of unity? There is a lot that goes into the history behind the United States flag, so let's properly cover it. Be sure to leave a 5-star review here on the platform, whether that's clicking it or just telling your friends and family about us. Now dim the lights, get cozy, and let's snore into it. Welcome, night wanderers. Tonight you're finding yourself somewhere soft and unhurried, with the day's weight gradually releasing and the room settling into the particular quiet that comes when nothing is being asked of it. What follows is a journey across more than 200 years of American history, told through a single piece of fabric that has meant something different to nearly every person who has ever lifted their eyes to it. We are now standing on a weathered wooden dock somewhere along the Massachusetts coastline in the late autumn of 1774. The salt air carries the smell of low tide and pine tar, with something sharper underneath, a quality in the air like the moment just before a fire catches. Merchant ships rock slowly against their moorings. Above you, the sky is the flat and diffuse grey of old pewter, and the gulls overhead are conducting their usual noisy critique of the morning, finding it, as always, deeply wanting. The colonies at this moment are not yet a country. They are 13 separate places with 13 separate temperaments, and the differences between them go deeper than geography. A tobacco planter working the rolling Virginia Piedmont has almost nothing in common with a rope maker on the wharves of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. A Quaker merchant on Chestnut Street in Philadelphia lives by an entirely different set of daily assumptions than a rice farmer managing labour in the South Carolina Low Country. The only things these places reliably share are a long coastline, a language in the loosest possible sense, and a growing irritation with a government sitting 3,000 miles away that has developed a recent and aggressive interest in taxing them for decisions they had no hand in making. That irritation was beginning to express itself in visible and public ways. One of those ways was flags. You might be surprised to discover that long before anyone officially debated what the American flag should look like, the colonies were already covered in banners, pennants, and ensigns, each one expressing a slightly different temperature of the same frustration. Flags in the 18th century were not decorative in the way most of us now think of them. They were tools of communication, designed to be read at a distance in the days before faster methods existed. On a battlefield, a flag told soldiers where their regiment was when smoke and noise had swallowed every other landmark. On open water, a flag told approaching vessels whether you were worth greeting or worth sailing away from at speed. On a town green, a flag told your neighbours where you stood without requiring you to knock on anyone's door or raise your voice at anyone in the market. The people who made those early colonial flags were craftspeople working in their homes and in small commercial shops, stitching political arguments into wool and linen by the light of whatever was available. These were not flags mass-produced by government order. They were flags made by individuals who had strong opinions about what was happening and had the skills to put those opinions into cloth. In a world where written newspapers took days or weeks to travel from town to town, a flag on a pole was a form of immediate public statement that required no literacy to read and no shared language to understand. The Sons of Liberty, a loose and energetically frustrated network of colonists who had grown genuinely furious about British taxation policies, adopted a flag with 9 vertical stripes alternating between red and white. 9 was the number of colonies that had sent delegates to the Stamp Act Congress in 1765. They were literally counting themselves into political existence on a piece of cloth, which is a more poetic form of organising than it sounds on a quiet autumn evening. Along the coastline and on merchant ships, a different flag began appearing on masts. It showed a coiled rattlesnake against a yellow background, with 4 plain words printed below the snake. "Don't tread on me." The rattlesnake had been winding through colonial print culture for years by that point. Benjamin Franklin had once published a political cartoon showing the colonies as segments of a severed snake, with a caption urging them to join or expect to die separately. The snake chosen for what became known as the Gadsden flag was not some European heraldic creature borrowed for visual weight. It was a creature of this specific landscape. It was native here. It gave a clear warning before it struck. The colonists choosing this symbol understood exactly what they were communicating, and they meant every word of it. In Massachusetts, a different flag flew over colonial troops at the Battle of Bunker Hill in June of 1775. It carried a blue field, a red cross in the upper corner, and a pine tree standing at the centre of that quadrant. The pine tree had earned genuine emotional weight in New England over decades. The British Crown had sent surveyors through the forests of the region to mark the tallest white pines with a broad arrow cut into the bark, reserving those trees as mast timber for Royal Navy ships. Any colonist who felled one of those marked trees faced steep fines, and the particular indignity of being told they could not use resources from their own land. Planting that tree on a battle flag was a quiet and exact form of defiance. It made its argument without raising anyone's voice above a murmur. Across the Atlantic, the British government was not initially alarmed by any of this. Flags were not muskets. Flags did not march anywhere or aim themselves at anyone. Flags were, in the final reckoning, cloth. But by the spring of 1775, the situation had shifted in material and unmistakable ways. Gunfire had broken out at Lexington and Concord in April, and neither side found it comfortable to describe that exchange as a misunderstanding. A British garrison at Fort Ticonderoga had been taken before breakfast by Vermont militiamen moving with considerable purpose. A sprawling armed camp of colonial soldiers had settled into the countryside outside Boston, and the British general inside the city was beginning to understand that waiting them out was not a strategy with a clear end. George Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in the summer of 1775, handed command of what he diplomatically called an army. He found something closer to a large and motivated gathering of individuals with varying levels of military training and a shared shortage of gunpowder. He had a talent for keeping forces alive and coherent through defeats that would have shattered less patient commanders, and he had a thorough and practical understanding of the importance of symbols. Soldiers need something visible to orient toward. They need something to look at on the days when the weather is brutal and the food has not arrived, and the cause feels very far away. On New Year's Day of 1776 at Prospect Hill, just outside his headquarters in Cambridge, Washington had a new flag raised over the camp. It is called the Grand Union flag, and it served as the closest thing the 13 colonies had to an official national banner for more than a year. It had 13 stripes of alternating red and white, one for each colony, and in the upper left corner, where the modern American flag carries its field of stars, it displayed the British Union Jack. That detail might cause you to pause. You might reasonably wonder why a flag raised by a revolutionary army was still displaying a corner of the British national flag. The answer is that in January of 1776, many colonists had still not committed to the goal of full independence. Some wanted reform within the existing British structure. Some wanted representation in the Parliament that was taxing them. Some genuinely saw themselves as British subjects who happened to live in America and deserved fairer treatment. The Grand Union flag captured that collective ambivalence with an accidental precision that no official statement could quite manage. It looked exactly like a country that was not certain what it was because it genuinely was not. In the months that followed, the Grand Union flag travelled with the Continental Army through New Jersey and Pennsylvania and into the long winter at Valley Forge. Soldiers who had marched from different colonies, who spoke with different accents and held different ideas about almost everything, looked at the same flag above their miserable encampment. It was the most material expression of the idea that they were one thing rather than 13 separate things, and the idea needed all the material expression it could get during a winter in which approximately 2,000 men died of disease and exposure in those Pennsylvania hills. 6 months later, the Declaration of Independence put the ambivalence beside the point. the colonies were formally announcing themselves to the world as a separate and sovereign nation. An announcement of that Skell needs a flag that does not carry the former overlord's emblem in the corner. The Continental Congress, which had an extremely full schedule involving the conduct of a war and the construction of a new form of government from largely theoretical materials, got around to the flag question in the summer of 1777. The resolution they produced, when it finally came, was admirably brief for something that would define a nation's visual identity for centuries to come. On June 14th, 1777, the Continental Congress passed a resolution establishing the flag of the United States. The full text of that resolution, as it entered the congressional record, was remarkably short for something with such lasting consequences. The flag of the United States would have 13 stripes alternating between red and white. The Union would consist of 13 stars of white on a blue background, representing, in the resolution's own phrase, a new constellation. That was essentially all it said. There was no specification for how the stars should be arranged on the blue canton, no official dimensions for the stripes, no description of the precise shade of blue, which has wandered between deep navy and something approaching cobalt across the decades, depending on the available dyes and the preferences of whoever was producing the flag. No instruction about who was authorized to make flags, how many were required, or what they should cost. The resolution was less a design brief and more a very short directional suggestion from a legislature that had an enormous quantity of other pressing business on its plate. This left wide room for interpretation, and the early American flag makers interpreted accordingly. Stars appeared in neat horizontal rows that could be counted at a glance. Stars appeared in circles, suggesting equal standing among all states with no beginning or end to the arrangement. Stars appeared in ovals, in diagonal patterns, in clusters, and in at least one documented case in the form of a large star composed of smaller ones, which was visually inventive if not especially practical for identification at a distance. The stripes varied in width, and sometimes in their red and white sequencing. The canton varied in proportion relative to the overall flag dimensions. Anyone with a strong investment in consistent visual branding would find the range of early American flag design either fascinating or deeply troubling, depending on their tolerance for productive chaos. Into this loosely governed landscape comes the most famous flag story in American history, which is also one of its most thoroughly debated. Betsy Ross was a real person. She was a Philadelphia upholsterer who had learned her craft thoroughly and ran her own business on Arch Street after the death of her first husband. She did produce flags during the Revolutionary period. Her business records established that clearly enough. What is more difficult to support with contemporary documents is the specific legend that attached itself to her name across the following century. The story holds that in the late spring of 1776, Ross received a visit from a small committee that included George Washington himself. The committee presented her with a rough sketch of a proposed flag. The design in the sketch featured stars with 6 points. Ross noted with professional composure that 6-pointed stars would be considerably harder to produce in fabric than 5-pointed ones. She demonstrated this by folding a piece of paper and making a single diagonal cut with her scissors, producing a perfect 5-pointed star in one motion. The committee was persuaded. She received the commission. She made the flag. This account comes to us almost entirely through her grandson William Canby, who presented the family tradition to the Historical Society of Pennsylvania in 1870, nearly a full century after the events he was describing. No contemporary document confirms Washington's visit to the Arch Street shop. Washington's meticulous personal diaries from the period do not mention it. Congressional records from 1776 do not mention it. Historians who have examined the available evidence have generally concluded that Betsy Ross was a skilled and documented flag maker who contributed genuinely to the war effort, and that the specific founding legend details of the story are probably considerably more mythology than documentation, and yet the story has outlasted more carefully evidenced historical accounts because it provides something that primary sources alone cannot always supply. It places a woman at the centre of the foundational moment. It rewards craft and practical intelligence at a moment of national creation. It gives us the mildly satisfying image of someone very famous being told, with entirely professional calm, that his geometric instincts need a small correction. Whatever the story's relationship to documented fact, it has served for generations as one of the primary ways Americans have chosen to narrate their own origins to their children, and that choice of narrative carries its own historical significance. What the documentary record does establish clearly is that the early flag production of the United States was largely carried out by women working in homes and small commercial operations, sewing by candlelight and natural light, cutting and stitching the stripes and stars that soldiers would carry into battle, that ships would raise into Atlantic winds, and that state buildings would display on public celebration days. These women were not footnotes to the founding. They were the physical manufacturing infrastructure for its most visible symbol, and they worked without the recognition that the founding story has more often awarded to the people who wrote things down in assembly halls. There was also the matter of what to do with the flags that had been made before the resolution, the ones that bore various star arrangements that had never been officially sanctioned. Some were retired, some continued flying on ships and in militia armories for years, because fabric was expensive, and the government was not yet in the habit of issuing official replacements on a regular schedule. A traveller moving along the eastern seaboard in the early 1780s might see several different versions of the American flag in a single day, each one slightly different from the last, all of them meaning more or less the same thing to the people who had made and raised them. The flags those craftspeople were producing were, from the first days, flags in motion. The 13 stripes stood fixed, but the nation behind them had ambitions. It had land, and an appetite for Western territory that would push its boundaries far beyond the Atlantic coastal plain within a generation. In 1791, Vermont joined the Union as the 14th state, followed by Kentucky in 1792. Congress passed the Flag Act of 1794 in response, adding 2 new stars and 2 new stripes to the design, bringing both counts to 15. The logic was clean enough for a country with only a handful of new arrivals to its membership. You add a state, you add a stripe, and a star. Simple, fair, and very difficult to maintain across decades. The 15-stripe flag flew for the next 18 years, and it is specifically this version of the flag that flew above Fort McHenry in September of 1814, making it the flag that inspired the poem that became the national anthem. That association secured its place in memory permanently. But even as that poem was being drafted, anyone looking at a map of the Western Territories could see the mathematical problem building quietly in the future. By 1818, the Union had grown to 20 states, with several more territories already organised and waiting. The prospect of a 20-stripe flag was being discussed in Congress, with a mixture of arithmetic concern and gentle national embarrassment. Something needed to be settled, and settled permanently. Congress passed the Flag Act of 1818 in April of that year, and the rule it established has governed the flag's design ever since. The stripes would return to 13 and remain there permanently, as a fixed tribute to the original colonies. The stars would continue to accumulate, one added for each new state upon its admission to the Union, with each new star taking effect on the 4th of July following the state's admission. The compromise encoded a particular historical argument into the cloth itself. The stripes look backward to the beginning. The stars look forward into the continuing project. The congressman who championed the solution was Peter Wendover of New York, who had worked through the problem in consultation with a naval officer named Samuel Chester Reed. Reed had spent considerable time looking at flags from moving ships, in variable light, and all kinds of weather conditions, and he understood what made a flag readable at a distance and what did not. His recommendation for a rotating star count with each new star added in a predictable and ceremonial way gave the flag a living quality. It would never quite be finished. there would always be room for another star. What the 1818 Act did not settle was the arrangement of those stars on the blue canton, which meant flag makers continued exercising individual judgment for several more decades. Stars appeared in neat rows, in circles, in alternating rows of different lengths, in patterns that suggested careful deliberation, and patterns that suggested the flag maker had made a decision and moved on without looking back. The government was not rigorous about specifying the arrangement during this period, which produced a rich and varied national flag-making tradition and an ongoing quiet contest about which configuration looked most distinguished. The five-pointed star that appeared on those flags carried a long symbolic history that went well beyond American usage. Stars had marked the flags and heraldic devices of European kingdoms for centuries before the Republic existed. They appeared across many cultures as markers of navigation, divine presence, and aspiration. On the American flag, the 1777 resolution had described them as a new constellation, which was a phrase doing significant work in very few words. A constellation has a name. It is fixed and recognizable across generations of observation. Sailors navigate by constellations in complete darkness when every earthly landmark has disappeared below the horizon. To describe the new nation stars as a new constellation was to claim permanence and legibility in the sky of nations, an ambitious claim for a country less than 2 years old and fighting a war it was not guaranteed to win. The country grew anyway, and the stars grew with it in a steady and accelerating rhythm through the first half of the 19th century. Ohio in 1803, Louisiana in 1812, Indiana in 1816, followed by Mississippi, Illinois, Alabama, Missouri and Maine arriving in the years after the War of 1812, a pace of expansion that must have felt almost dizzying to people living through it. The country was growing faster than maps could be updated. Settlers were arriving in territories that had not yet completed the process of becoming states. When a new state was officially admitted, the news travelled by post and by word of mouth, across distances that required days or weeks to cross. The flag ceremony that accompanied an admission was, in many communities, among the most ceremonially significant public events in recent memory. People gathered to watch a revised flag be raised on the following 4th of July, adding the new star in front of a crowd, and what they were watching was the country literally changing its symbol to include them. That moment mattered in ways that are not fully recoverable from the historical record but are not difficult to imagine, especially if you have ever been the newest person in a room and watched the room adjust to make space for you. Each star represented a formal congressional act, an agreement about territory and governance and rights, with enormous amounts of negotiation and compromise behind it. The question of slavery haunted every admission debate from the 1820s onward, making the accumulation of stars an increasingly fraught process beneath the ceremony. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 admitted Missouri as a slave state, and Maine as a free state in a paired package designed to preserve balance in the Senate. It was a compromise that deferred the central moral question while adding 2 more stars to the flag, each one representing a state with a different answer to the question the compromise had declined to settle directly. The expansion moved westward with the settlers, and the flag preceded formal governance into territories that had supported human civilization for thousands of years before any European arrived with a banner and a claim. For native peoples across the Great Plains, the Southwest, and along the Pacific coast, the appearance of the American flag in their territories was not an abstract geopolitical event. It was the visible advance marker of a process that would result over the following decades in treaty violations, forced relocations, and the reduction of lands that had sustained whole civilizations for far longer than the United States had existed. The same flag that meant arrival and possibility to immigrants crossing the Atlantic meant the approaching end of something irreplaceable to the people already on the land. Both of those meanings were real and inhabited by actual people living actual lives. Neither cancels the other. The flag did not choose between them. It flew over both experiences simultaneously, which is one of the primary ways that a national symbol differs from a simple object. A simple object has one use and one meaning. A national symbol carries the full weight of everyone who has ever been asked to believe in the nation it represents, and that weight is always multiple and always unresolved. For the immigrants at the eastern ports and the settlers moving inland, the growing number of stars told a story that was genuinely energizing. The country was not fixed, it was becoming. There would be more stars, the canvas would continue to accommodate them. This was exhilarating to people who had come from places where the social order was considered permanent, and your position within it was determined before you were old enough to have an opinion about it. The flag in these middle decades was also becoming a commercial and popular culture object, in ways that went beyond its military and governmental functions. It appeared on printed cotton and political campaign materials and the storefronts of 4th of July celebrations, which were growing louder and more elaborately flag-decorated with each passing decade. The flag was embedding itself into the texture of daily American life in ways that made it simultaneously beloved and taken for granted, a paradox that most beloved things eventually achieve if they survive long enough. The specific towns and landscapes where new stars were celebrated had their own quality. A 4th of July in a raw Ohio river town in 1804 was a very different event from a 4th of July in Boston, which had been celebrating 4th since the beginning. In the newer places, the flag ceremony carried a particular charge, because the people standing on the town green had in many cases arrived within the last 2 or 3 years. The flag was not a familiar backdrop to their lives, but a new and somewhat startling fact of them. They were standing in front of a symbol that had now officially included them, and for many of them that inclusion was not something they had expected to feel quite so much. And then the 1850s arrived, and brought with them the full weight of the crisis that had been building since the founding, and the flag walked directly into the fire it had been circling for decades. Before the full weight of the country's foundational contradiction broke the nation along its deepest seam, the flag acquired one of its most lasting moments in the American imagination. It happened during the War of 1812, on a river in Maryland, while a 35-year-old lawyer spent a very long and very loud night watching a British fleet attempt to reduce an American fort to rubble, and finding to his genuine relief that the fort had declined to cooperate. Place yourself on the truce ship anchored in the Patapsco River on the night of September the 13th, 1814. The British fleet has been bombarding Fort McHenry for many hours. The fort guards the approach to Baltimore Harbour, and the British need the harbour. Without it, the campaign against Baltimore cannot proceed. The bombardment has continued long enough that it is no longer startling. It has become simply the condition of the night. Francis Scott Key is on this ship by circumstance rather than choice. He had come out to the British fleet to negotiate the release of an American civilian who had been taken prisoner, and he had succeeded in that negotiation. But the British commander declined to allow Key to return to shore until the bombardment was finished, reasoning that Key had now observed rather more of the fleet's arrangements than was ideal from a military perspective. So Key waits and watches, which is not his preferred mode of spending the night, and the hours pass with considerable slowness. Key was a Georgetown lawyer, a man accustomed to the pace and predictability of courtrooms, with a quietly held gift for verse that he had not made much of professionally. He was also a deeply religious person, with a genuine attachment to the country he was watching being fired upon. The combination of those things, that night, in that particular position of helpless observation, would produce something that outlasted everything else he ever did. The British were using Congreve rockets in the bombardment. The rockets burned red as they arced through the darkness and left smoke trails that hung in the humid September air of the Chesapeake before slowly dispersing. Mortar shells burst in the air above the fort in flashes of white light that illuminated the river and the fortification walls in brief and total clarity, like repeated lightning in a storm that will not move on. The sound, by all period accounts of artillery bombardments from this era, registers less as noise than as physical pressure, Something felt in the chest before it was processed as sound by any other part of the body. Through all of this, the flag above Fort McHenry was periodically visible when the smoke cleared and the light caught it. The fort's commander, Major George Armistead, had made a deliberate decision the previous year to commission an unusually large flag. He communicated a specific requirement to Mary Pickersgill, a Baltimore flag maker whose sail and flag business had a strong reputation. The flag needed to be large enough that the British, watching from their ships on the river, would have no difficulty seeing it. He wanted the statement legible from a distance under any conditions. Mary Pickersgill ran a well-regarded sail and flag business. She set about fulfilling the commission with the help of her 19-year-old daughter, Carolyn, her two nieces Eliza and Margaret Young, and a 13-year-old indentured apprentice named Grace Wisher. They worked on the flag in sections across several weeks and spread the full fabric across the floor of Claggett's brewery on Pratt Street for the final assembly and finishing, because no room in Pickersgill's own house was large enough to lay the whole flag flat at once. The finished banner measured 30 feet on the vertical and 42 feet across. It was made of wool bunting that would weigh approximately 50 pounds when wet, which it often was in the Maryland coastal climate. Each of its 15 stars measured 2 feet from point to point. This is the flag that Key watched through the night of the bombardment. When the firing finally stopped in the early grey of September 14th, and the smoke began to thin and drift across the Patapsco, Key looked toward the fort. The flag was still there. The British had not taken the fortification. The harbour behind it was intact. Something about the specific physical persistence of that enormous hand-sewn banner against a morning sky that had every reason to carry different news moved Key to reach for whatever paper he had available. He began writing during the morning on the ship and continued at the Indian Queen Hotel in Baltimore that evening. He showed the draft to his brother-in-law, who recognised immediately that it was worth distributing, and arranged for it to be printed as a handbill. The printed sheets appeared around the city within days. A local theatre set the poem to a melody that Key himself had suggested, a British tune that had already been borrowed for American patriotic purposes, because borrowing a good tune from your current adversary is simply efficient when the tune already fits the mood. Audiences began singing it within the week. The first stanza of the poem ends on a question rather than a declaration, a detail that tends to surprise people who have heard the anthem many times without examining the words carefully. Key was genuinely asking whether the flag was still there, because he had watched through a night that made the answer completely uncertain. His relief when the smoke cleared was real, and it went directly into the poem without polishing. Key was not a professional poet, and the poem he wrote in Baltimore was not the product of a literary career. It was the product of a specific night and a specific emotional state, and the particular kind of writing that happens when someone needs to process something they have witnessed, and words happen to be the tool they reach for. The poem's power comes from that directness. It was not composed at a remove from its subject. It was written by someone still breathing the residue of the bombardment, still carrying the specific relief of the morning's answer in his chest. That quality of immediate witness is what gives the anthem its slightly breathless quality, even when sung by someone who has never seen anything more dramatic than a minor traffic accident. Congress did not formally make the song the national anthem until March of 1931, when President Herbert Hoover signed the bill making it official. By that point, the song had already been performing the functions of an anthem at ceremonial and sporting events for more than a century. The formalization was recognition rather than creation. The song had embedded itself so deeply in American public life that the official act was something the country caught up to rather than initiated. Mary Pickersgill's enormous flag did not remain entirely intact through the 19th century. The Armistead family kept it after the battle, and pieces were cut from it as mementos for visitors who asked, which was considered a fitting gesture of historical generosity in an era before museum conservation had developed as a serious discipline. What remained was eventually donated to the Smithsonian Institution, where it now rests in a specially built conservation room, stabilized, studied, and carefully displayed. What you would see today is somewhat reduced from the original dimensions by all those 19th century souvenirs, but it still carries the weight of the harbour and the night and the specific relief of a September morning when the answer to a genuinely uncertain question turned out to be yes. The flag that had inspired a poem at the harbour of Baltimore arrived at the Civil War carrying contradictions that the poem had not addressed, and the founding documents had deliberately left unresolved. By December of 1860, when South Carolina voted to secede from the Union, the American flag had been flying for 83 years over a nation that described itself as a republic founded on human equality, while constitutionally permitting the ownership of human beings. That gap between description and practice had not narrowed appreciably across those 83 years. In many territories it had widened. For the seceding states, the Union flag was now the banner of a federal authority they were formally rejecting. State houses and courthouses across the South took down federal flags in the weeks following secession votes. The Confederate government went through several flag designs in its early months, each one trying to establish a distinctive visual identity. The stars and bars, the first official Confederate national flag, bore an unfortunately close resemblance to the Union flag in the smoke and confusion of battle, which caused the kind of tactical errors that military commanders find professionally humiliating. The Confederate battle flag, the blue diagonal cross on red with stars along the arms, was specifically designed for battlefield clarity and became the most recognised Confederate symbol, partly because it solved the practical problem it was created to solve. For enslaved people throughout the South, the Union flag carried complicated weight that resisted any single description. It had flown over a country that legally sanctioned their bondage for nearly a century. It had waved above the Capitol while senators constructed the legal architecture of slavery with considerable ingenuity and no apparent moral discomfort. The flag had not been their flag in any practical sense that the people living under it could have recognised. And yet something notable happened when Union armies began moving south beneath that flag. Many enslaved people moved toward Union lines rather than away from them, with a purposefulness that made clear they understood what the arriving army might represent, even before any formal policy acknowledged it. Contraband camps near Union positions flew the flag. People who had spent their entire lives under the flag of a country that classified them as property were now making a calculated judgment that the flag might be made to mean something different, and acting on that judgment with significant personal risk. Frederick Douglass made the argument publicly, and with great force throughout the war. He was a man who had escaped enslavement and become one of the most powerful writers and speakers in American public life. And he argued without qualification that the war and the flag should mean emancipation. The country carrying those stripes and stars had a moral obligation to make its symbols honest. If the war accomplished anything less than that, then the dying had purchased something not worth the price. Black men enlisted in Union regiments in numbers that grew substantially after the Emancipation Proclamation of January 1863. By the war's end, approximately 180,000 black soldiers had served in the Union Army. Many were men who had been legally enslaved when the war began. They were now carrying the flag of a republic that had once refused to recognize their humanity as a legal fact. What that specific act meant to each of those men individually is not fully recoverable from the historical record, but the act itself is documented, and it stands as one of the most significant and under-examined chapters in the flag's long story. The letters that some of those black soldiers sent home from their regiments, when they can be found in archives today, carry a particular awareness of the symbol they were carrying. One soldier in a United States Colored Troops regiment wrote to a family member that he believed carrying the flag meant something that would outlast the war itself, that the fact of black men fighting beneath it would become part of what the flag meant going forward, regardless of what anyone decided to do about that afterward. He was right, though the world that waited for him on the other side of the war did not immediately behave as though he was. In the Union Army as a whole, the regimental battle flag held a place in the soldiers' emotional lives that modern observers find difficult to fully comprehend. Each regiment carried its own flag, unique to the unit, often presented in a formal ceremony before the regiment departed. The flag was the physical embodiment of the unit's collective identity. To lose it to enemy capture was a serious and lasting shame. To capture an opposing regiment's flag was one of the highest available battlefield honours. When a colour bearer was shot, another soldier was supposed to catch the flag before it touched the ground. The urgency with which men dove for falling flags in the middle of active combat is one of the stranger and more distinctly human details of the Civil War record. The battles of that war became chapters in a long argument about what the flag was worth, and what it required of the people carrying it. Gettysburg, Antietam, the Wilderness, Cold Harbor, Spotsylvania. The flags came back from those fields torn and stained, and in some cases reduced to tatters around a staff, and were mended and carried forward again. After the war ended in 1865, the veterans who had carried the flag organised around the shared experience and made the flag central to their remembrance practices. The Grand Army of the Republic lobbied state legislatures to require flags over public schoolhouses. They pushed for standardised flag etiquette to be taught to every American child. They were men who had buried friends within sight of that particular piece of cloth, and they wanted the country to maintain a living relationship with what had been spent in the flag's name, something that went beyond decoration and beyond ceremony into genuine remembrance. When the black veterans of those same regiments came home, their relationship to the flag carried layers that their white counterparts could not fully access. They had fought for a country that had classified them as property, and still largely refused to grant them the full rights of citizens. They had carried the flag into battles they hoped would change that. Some things did change. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery. The 14th guaranteed citizenship. The 15th theoretically guaranteed the vote. The flag now flew over a country that had, in its foundational documents, committed to a broader definition of belonging. In practice, that commitment was immediately and systematically undermined. Reconstruction ended. Organised racial violence drove black Americans from political participation. State laws were constructed with deliberate precision to deny in practice what the amendments guaranteed in theory. The flag flew over all of that as well, over the courthouses and the polling places and the schools that excluded black citizens, over a country that had changed its legal texts without having changed its will, and that would spend the following century arguing about whether the changes it had written down were actually obligatory. The question of what the flag meant continued producing different answers depending entirely on who was being asked and what their experience of the country beneath it had been. The decades after the Civil War brought immigrants to American ports at a rate that had not been seen before, and the flag was one of the first things many of them encountered upon arrival. Place yourself on the deck of a steamship approaching New York Harbour in the 1890s. You've been at sea for 10 days, or 2 weeks, or longer, depending on where you started. The passage has been spent in steerage, below the waterline, in a space designed for maximum passenger capacity rather than comfortable passage. Your belongings fit in a single trunk or a bag carried over one shoulder. You're travelling toward a country described in letters from cousins and village neighbours who left 2 years or 5 years ahead of you, and their descriptions have ranged from genuinely encouraging to quietly alarming. As the ship moves into the harbour, past the newly placed Statue of Liberty, the flag appears on the customs buildings and the processing stations and the small government vessels moving back and forth across the water. People on deck who have been watching the approaching shoreline for hours begin to point toward it. Some of them have been watching it since it first became visible. Some of them do not move or speak for a long moment. Some weep, some do not, because crying seems presumptuous when you have not yet cleared the inspection desk and do not yet know what the country is going to decide about you. But they all see it, and for many of those new arrivals the flag is the first legible symbol of the country they have reached. They do not yet have the language or the customs or an address or, in some cases, anyone waiting for them at the end of the ferry ride. But the flag is there. It requires no translation. It says, in a language that needs no words, that this is the place. You have arrived at the place. The relationship between immigration and the flag was genuine and also complicated, as the relationship between immigrants and the country they were arriving in was genuine and also complicated. The flag was offered as a symbol of welcome to those the country was willing to welcome, and immigration law throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries made very clear that the welcome was selective. Chinese immigrants were legally excluded from citizenship for decades under the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. Japanese immigrants faced similar legal barriers, and, during the Second World War, forced relocation under executive order. The flag flew over the processing stations through which millions passed, but what it promised to different arrivals depended on legal categories that the flag itself did not acknowledge. The naturalization ceremonies through which immigrants became citizens often placed the flag at the centre of the occasion. New citizens received small flags at the conclusion of the proceedings. In many communities, July 4th naturalization ceremonies became annual public events, with recently admitted citizens taking the oath of citizenship and then looking at the flag together in whatever mixture of relief and wonder and quiet calculation about what came next that the moment produced. It was designed to be remembered, and most people who experienced it did remember it for the rest of their lives. The Pledge of Allegiance entered American schools in 1892, written by a Baptist minister named Francis Bellamy, for a publication called The Youth's Companion. Bellamy composed it as part of a national school program, observing the 400th anniversary of Columbus's arrival in the Americas. His original text was brief and contained no mention of God. The phrase "under God" was added by Congress in 1954 at the height of Cold War anxiety about Soviet communism, in a specific political context of wanting to mark the theological distinction between American democracy and Soviet atheism as visibly as possible. It was an entirely American political move, adding a theological claim to a civic ritual 60 years after the fact and then treating it as though it had always been there. The salute that originally accompanied the pledge involved the hand extended palm downward toward the flag. That gesture was quietly retired in 1942 after it became apparent to everyone paying attention that it resembled, with uncomfortable precision, the raised arm salutes being performed at rallies in Germany and Italy. The hand over heart that replaced it has a self-contained warmth that the extended arm version could not maintain in that particular historical company. Bellamy intended the pledge as a daily ritual of national membership, a practice that would bind children from every immigrant background and every region into a shared identity expressed through a shared object. Whatever its effectiveness as a unifying mechanism, it produced generations of Americans who had spent years of their childhood standing in front of a flag every morning and saying a particular set of words out loud in unison, which creates a relationship with an object that is not entirely rational and is entirely real. Flag Day arrived as a national observance on June 14, 1916, when President Woodrow Wilson proclaimed it, choosing the date to honour the anniversary of the 1777 flag resolution. It was not made a federal holiday, which means it has been observed across the country with varying levels of enthusiasm ever since. Some towns organise parades, some schools hold assemblies, some Americans discover they have missed it entirely from the evening news, experience approximately the amount of guilt appropriate to the occasion, and continue with their day. Between Flag Day and the First World War, there was a period of roughly a decade in which American flag culture reached into corners of daily life that would have been unrecognisable to the founders. Flags appeared at baseball games, at school graduation ceremonies, at department store sales events, at the openings of new bridges and post offices and public libraries. The flag had become a cultural object in the fullest sense, present not only at moments of solemnity and crisis, but at the ordinary texture of American public life, which is a different kind of belonging than the one the founders imagined when they wrote a brief resolution about 13 stripes and a new constellation. The First World War sent American soldiers to Europe in 1917, and the flag travelled with them into a conflict that was remote from anything in the American military tradition, in terms of both geography and nature. These were men fighting in French and Belgian mud for reasons that required explanation, even to some of the people doing the fighting. The flag on a uniform sleeve, the flag on a military cemetery, the flag folded into a triangle and delivered to a family when a soldier did not come home. These were the contexts in which an entire generation came to know the flag's full gravity. On the home front, the flag appeared on war bond posters and recruitment materials, and in the windows of houses that had sent sons to Europe. Gold star banners marked families who had paid the war's highest cost. The flag was everywhere during wartime, which is what flags do in wartime. They insist on their own visibility. They make legible the claim that the sacrifice being asked has a name and a symbol, that the name and symbol are worth the asking, and that the country intends to remember. The Second World War extended that experience to a global and far more total scale, and produced among its many images one that became inseparable from the flag in the American visual imagination. Iwo Jima was a small volcanic island in the Pacific, heavily fortified, defended by Japanese forces who had prepared for the American assault for months and intended to make it cost as much as possible. The campaign lasted 36 days and was precisely as costly as the defenders had intended. On the fifth day of fighting, February 23, 1945, American Marines climbed to the summit of Mount Suribachi. A small flag was raised. Later that day, a larger replacement flag was raised, and a photographer named Joe Rosenthal was positioned correctly at the right moment. He captured 6 men leaning together into the work of planting the flagpole in the hard volcanic ground, the flag unfurling above them against a sky that was bright and entirely unconcerned with what was happening below it. The image was transmitted and published worldwide within days. It was used immediately for a war bond campaign. It eventually served as the model for the Marine Corps War Memorial in Arlington, Virginia, cast in bronze and placed there in 1954. 3 of the 6 men in the photograph did not survive the remainder of the Iwo Jima campaign. The flag they raised was a spare taken from a Navy ship. The circumstances of the raising were more complicated and less ceremonial than the image suggested. None of that diminished the image's power, because the image had already separated from its specific circumstances and attached itself to something larger about effort and persistence, and the willingness to keep going when the ground is hard and the cost is already visible and you are not yet done. On July 20th, 1969, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed on the surface of the moon and planted an American flag. This required more effort than the mission planners had anticipated, because the lunar soil proved harder than expected, about 2 inches beneath the surface, and the astronauts were concerned about whether the flagpole would stay upright when the lunar module's ascent engine fired for the return trip. The flag had been modified before the mission with a practical addition that most viewers on Earth would never have known about without being told. A horizontal rod had been sewn along the top edge to hold the flag extended, because there is no atmospheric movement on the moon, and without that rod the flag would have hung limp and nearly invisible against the black sky, which was not the visual statement the mission was attempting to make to the 600 million people watching the broadcast. Someone, at some point in the weeks or months before Apollo 11 departed, had sat down and worked through the specific problem of how to make a flag look like a flag on a world with no wind, and arrived at a practical solution. That person is almost certainly unknown to the vast majority of people who have ever looked at the famous photographs from the lunar surface. The flag looks like a flag in those images because of that person's work. There is something worth sitting with in that fact, which is a recurring feature of large national projects. They succeed because of a very large number of people whose names are not recorded, doing things that appear minor until you consider what would happen without them. Before Apollo 11 departed, there had been a genuine internal debate about whether planting an American flag on the moon was appropriate given that the United States had signed the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, which prohibited national claims of sovereignty over celestial bodies. The resolution was to plant the flag as a symbol of the achievement rather than as a territorial claim, and to include a plaque on the lunar module's landing leg stating that the crew had come in peace for all of mankind. The flag would acknowledge the nation that had done the engineering. The plaque would acknowledge the species that had generated the aspiration. Both things were simultaneously true, and the effort to honour both without pretending either one was more important than it actually was is a distinctly American kind of diplomatic exercise. Down on Earth, in that same year of 1969, the flag was also appearing in arguments and contexts that the Continental Congress could not have imagined and would likely have found bewildering. The civil rights movement had been carrying the flag as a deliberate form of argument for years. Marches in Birmingham and Montgomery, and along the highway in Selma and on the National Mall in Washington, had carried American flags alongside their signs, because the argument they were making was not that the country was wrong to exist, but that it was failing, with documented and systematic consistency, to be what it claimed to be. The flag in the hands of a marcher crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge in March of 1965 was making a specific and direct claim. This is our country too. The promises encoded in those stripes and stars belong to us as much as to anyone who has ever waved them at a celebration. We are here to collect on those promises. The people at the other end of that bridge who also considered themselves patriotic Americans could read that flag perfectly well. They chose to respond as they did anyway. The question of who was authorised to carry the flag and what they were authorised to do with it became intensely contested territory in the late 1960s and into the 1970s, driven by the Vietnam War and the social movements it intersected with. Veterans who had served in Vietnam returned to a country bitterly divided about the war they had fought. Some Americans flew the flag more prominently and more insistently, specifically, in response to anti-war protests, claiming it as an expression of support for the military and for the country's commitments. Some anti-war protesters incorporated the flag into their demonstrations, wore it, carried it, and argued that dissent from a policy they believed was catastrophic was itself a patriotic act. Both sides were claiming the same object for opposing positions, and neither was willing to concede it. Versions of that argument have continued in different forms in the decades since. The legal limits of what citizens could lawfully do with the flag arrived before the Supreme Court in 1989, in a case that had begun in Dallas, Texas, 5 years earlier. Gregory Lee Johnson had burned an American flag outside the 1984 Republican National Convention as a form of political protest. He was charged under a Texas statute prohibiting flag desecration. The case moved through the Texas courts over 5 years and arrived before the 9 justices. The court ruled 5-4 that burning the flag as a form of political protest was constitutionally protected expression under the First Amendment. Justice William Brennan wrote the majority opinion, holding that the government may not prohibit the expression of an idea simply because society finds the idea or its expression disagreeable. The flag, the majority held, was most faithfully honoured by the freedoms it represented. A flag protected by force of law from any critical expression was a symbol of enforced agreement rather than genuine freedom, which was precisely what the First Amendment was designed to prevent. Chief Justice William Rehnquist wrote the primary dissent. He included in it an extended historical account of the flag's presence in American life, from the Revolutionary War through the Iwo Jima photograph, arguing that this particular object had accumulated enough shared sacrifice and meaning to warrant a legal standard different from ordinary political speech. His dissent read less like a legal argument and more like someone trying to articulate, in formal language, why some things resist being governed purely by logic. The Texas versus Johnson decision arrived in a country that had been arguing about the flag's proper uses and proper protections for decades. Veterans organisations were among the most vocal opponents of the ruling, arguing that the flag's specific connection to the graves of the people who had died beneath it gave it a moral status that ordinary objects of political speech did not share. Civil libertarians argued, with equal conviction, that making any symbol legally immune from criticism was a contradiction of the principles the symbol was supposed to represent. Both arguments were sincere. Both reflected something real about the flag's accumulated weight and the different ways that weight was felt by different people. The Supreme Court was not settling the argument. It was making a legal ruling. The argument continues. Congress attempted to pass a constitutional amendment protecting the flag from desecration multiple times in the years following the decision, and failed to reach the required two-thirds majority in the Senate each time, occasionally by only a few votes. The flag has remained, legally, a symbol that can be burned in protest, which is an unusual status for a national symbol, and which reflects something genuine and specific about the American constitutional commitment to the principle that free expression includes expression that is uncomfortable to witness. On September 11th, 2001, the flag reappeared in American life at a speed and scale that surprised even people who believed they had already seen most of what the country was capable of when it came to symbolic expression. Within hours of the attacks, flags appeared in windows and doorways and on front porches across the country. Hardware stores and discount shops sold out within 2 days. People attached flags to car antennas and apartment windows and bicycle helmets, and the backs of jackets. Flags appeared on buildings that had not flown them in years, and on some buildings that had perhaps never displayed them before. The flag in those weeks was not primarily a political statement. It was a response to shock and grief, and the specific human need, when something terrible and incomprehensible has occurred, to find a visible way to say that you are still present, that you belong to something larger than what just happened, and that the something larger is still standing. The flag's relationship to national tragedy has a particular texture that differs from its relationship to triumph. In triumph, the flag appears at the centre, planted or raised or presented. In tragedy, it appears at the edges first, in ones and twos, quietly, placed by individual people making individual decisions without any coordinating authority. The flags that appeared after September 11th were not organised by any government office. No agency sent them out. No official declared that flags should appear in windows. People simply went and got them and put them up, and that collective uncoordinated act became one of the most vivid expressions of national feeling in modern American history. The flag was not leading that response. It was following it, which is perhaps the truest thing a symbol can do. 3 firefighters photographed raising a flag in the rubble of the World Trade Center produced an image that was immediately recognized as echoing the Iwo Jima photograph, the angle of the raising and the effort visible in the postures and the flag unfurling above a landscape of devastation. The echo was noticed immediately and widely, because the shape of the earlier image was already inside people, placed there by decades of civic and cultural exposure, available as a reference point in a moment when reference points were in short supply. In the months and years after September 11th, the flag was also used to justify military campaigns that became among the most divisive in a generation. The same flag that had appeared in windows as an expression of collective grief appeared at rallies for policies that millions of Americans considered serious mistakes. The flag covered the disagreement while maintaining the visual form of unity, which is something it has been doing since the Grand Union flag flew over Prospect Hill, with the Union Jack still in the corner, representing a country that had not yet quite figured out what it was. What the flag has always been, at its most honest and unguarded, is a place where Americans conduct the argument about what America is and what it owes the people who live under it. When it appears at a civil rights march and at a counter-protest in the same city on the same afternoon, that is not the flag failing its purpose. That is the flag doing exactly what it has always done. It gives every person who looks at it a surface onto which they can project their particular understanding of what the country promises, what it has delivered, and what it still owes. What the flag has never been, across all of those 200 and more years is finished. Every generation has had to decide what to make of it. Every generation has found in the same 13 stripes and the same accumulating stars both the country they inherited and the country they were being asked to build. The distance between those two things is sometimes very small and sometimes enormous, and the flag has been present at both ends of that distance without visibly favouring either. That quality of patient availability, of being present without insisting on a particular interpretation, is what has allowed the flag to remain a usable symbol across periods of profound disagreement about almost everything else. It does not tell you what to think about the country. It only reminds you that there is a country and that you are part of the argument about what it should be. The design has changed 27 times since the original 1777 resolution. The current arrangement of 50 stars has been unchanged since August 21st, 1959, when Hawaii joined the Union as the 50th state, making this the longest-running version of the flag in the nation's history. Whether a 51st star will eventually appear depends on conversations about statehood and representation that are ongoing, and on the willingness of future Congresses to add to what is already the most recognised flag in the world. The stripes are still 13. They have not changed since 1818. They are the oldest continuous element of the flag's design, present and fixed through every other revision across more than 2 centuries. 13 colonies that argued bitterly about almost every significant question, that went to war with each other over who would be free and who would not, that nearly pulled the entire project apart within a century of its founding, are still represented in those 13 stripes. They have not been replaced by what came after. They are the foundation beneath all of it. Tonight, the flag is flying in an enormous number of places at once. It is above a small post office in rural Nebraska. It is above an American consulate in a city you may never visit. It is on a naval vessel moving through dark Pacific water. It is folded in a careful triangle, in a dresser drawer, in the home of someone who lost a family member in uniform and has not yet found the right place to put the flag, or perhaps has decided that the drawer is the right place after all. It is printed on a coffee mug and a refrigerator magnet and a bumper sticker. It is enormous on the side of a building and small on a stick planted in a child's front yard sandbox. Each of those flags is the same flag, and also not quite the same flag. The flag above a military cemetery carries a weight that the one on the coffee mug does not carry. The flag in the hands of a marcher carries an argument that the one on the bumper sticker is not making. They are all the same red and white and blue, the same 13 stripes, the same 50 stars arranged with enough care to suggest that something deliberate and considered is going on. The meaning is not fixed in the cloth itself. It travels with the people who hold it and look at it and decide what to make of it on any given day. The flag has meant liberty, and it has meant the enforcement of its absence. It has meant arrival, and it has meant occupation. It has meant sacrifice, and it has meant authority claimed for purposes less worthy than sacrifice. It has been carried through moments of genuine national accomplishment and used as decoration for things the country has since had to reckon with at considerable cost to its self-image. None of that cancels any of the rest. The flag is large enough and old enough and complicated enough to hold all of those meanings without the seams giving way. It was designed, however accidentally, to keep growing, to keep adding stars, to acknowledge, by the very structure of its design, that the story it tells is not finished and was never meant to be finished. The question the flag has always been asking is a plain and ancient one. What do we owe each other? The 13 stripes hold the memory of the first time that question was asked in public, out loud, with some collective intention of actually answering it. The 50 stars hold the long and continuing and beautifully unfinished attempt to answer it well. You can let your eyes close now. The flag is still there, somewhere in the dark behind them. Those slow, alternating stripes of red and white. That deep and certain blue. Those stars arranged with just enough intention to suggest that someone cared where they went. Let the stripes carry you back through all of it. gently and without hurry. The colonial docks and the candlelit sewing rooms. The harbour at Baltimore on a morning after a long and very loud night. The torn and mended regimental flags of Gettysburg, carried forward by men who had run out of reasons except the flag itself. The steerage decks and the harbour lights and the first sight of a shore you have been travelling toward for weeks. The volcanic summit and the bright impersonal Pacific sky. The long bridge at Selma and the long road home from there. The moon, quiet and dark blue and completely still, with one piece of cloth standing in it that looks like something in motion. A country is never only one thing at once. A flag cannot be either. That is not a failure of the design. That is the design, made honestly, still doing its work after all this time. Sleep well tonight, night wanderers. The stars on the flag and the stars overhead have been keeping watch over restless and hopeful people for a very long time, and they are in no hurry to stop tonight. Somewhere deep in the record of human civilization, a single idea took root. The notion that the day a person arrived in the world was worth remembering grew slowly, changed shape many times, and eventually became one of the most universal rituals on Earth. Tonight, we follow that idea from ancient throne rooms and clay tablets, through medieval church calendars and German candlelit kitchens, all the way to the birthday traditions most of us grew up with and still carry forward. Settle in, my tired little candles, and let this one carry you somewhere warm. Imagine for a moment that you are standing at the edge of a great courtyard in ancient Egypt. The air smells of heated stone and incense, something dense and resinous drifting upward from braziers placed at the corners of a temple entrance. The year is somewhere around 3000 BCE, which means the century you are standing in has not yet been given a number by anyone who matters. People here do not think in terms of centuries. They think in terms of reigns, and a reign is everything. The pharaoh who rules this land is not merely a king. He carries within him the divine spark of the god Horus, which means that every moment of his existence is technically sacred. But among all his moments, one is treated with particular reverence. Not the day he was born, not quite. The day that historians and scholars of Egyptology would argue about for several decades, because it turns out the ancient Egyptians did not celebrate the birth of a pharaoh the way you might expect. What they celebrated was the coronation. The coronation was the day a man became a god, at least officially. It was the moment the divine force descended into the human body and gave it a second birth, a cosmic one that mattered far more than the messy biological version. Scholars who have spent careers moving through papyrus records note that the word used in Egyptian texts for these royal festivals, translating roughly to the feast of his appearing, refers specifically to the moment of divine installation, not the mother's labour. This is not to say the Egyptians ignored physical birth. They kept careful records of royal births and tracked them with an almost anxious precision. But the celebration, the feasting and the ritual and the fine offerings to the gods belong to transformation rather than arrival. Think about what that means for a moment. The idea is that what makes a life worth marking is not simply that it began, but that it became something. There is something almost modern in that, something you might find yourself nodding along to if you're the kind of person who has ever felt that your real life started later, after some turning point that rearranged everything. The Egyptian calendar was organised around a cycle of 3 seasons tied to the annual flooding of the Nile. The flooding, the planting and the harvest shaped everything from taxation to temple schedules to the timing of royal festivals. Within this agricultural rhythm, the coronation anniversary of the reigning pharaoh held a fixed and sacred place. Priests prepared for it months in advance. The offerings laid out for the gods on that day included food, oils, linen, and incense in quantities that would have overwhelmed a smaller economy. The surrounding celebrations could last for days. The ordinary people who crowded the edges of the processional route were not merely spectators. Their presence was part of the ritual. The pharaoh needed witnesses to his divine renewal, and the population provided them. Now move a little to the east and a little forward in time to the land between the rivers that historians call Mesopotamia, sitting roughly where modern Iraq does today. Here, along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, the Babylonians are doing something the Egyptians have not quite formalised. They are watching the sky with an intensity that borders on obsession. The Babylonians are not casual stargazers. They are the civilization that would eventually give birth to what we now call astrology, and they believe with genuine conviction that the positions of the stars and planets at the moment of a person's birth carry information about that person's fate. This belief creates a very practical problem. If you want to know what the stars were doing when someone was born, you need to know exactly when that person was born. And so birth records become important, not for sentimental reasons, not because the scribes were moved by the beauty of new life. They needed the data. The clay tablets of Mesopotamia, some of which survive in museum collections today, contain extraordinarily detailed astronomical records alongside records of significant births, particularly royal and priestly ones. The two streams of information were never separate. The birth date was not a piece of personal history, it was a piece of astronomical evidence. This is where your birthday starts, in a very real sense, not with cake or candles or songs. It starts with a scribe pressing a stylus into wet clay in a firelit room, recording the position of Jupiter against a particular constellation, alongside the date a royal heir entered the world. The birthday is a data point before it is a celebration, and yet even in this purely functional context something else creeps in. Babylonian texts also describe protective rituals performed on birthdays, particularly those of kings and high officials. On the anniversary of a king's birth, priests would perform ceremonies meant to renew and guard his divine authority. They would make offerings. They would burn particular herbs. They would speak particular words in a particular order. The annual return of a birth date was treated as a moment of spiritual vulnerability, a thin place in the fabric of protection surrounding an important life, and therefore a moment requiring special attention. There is humour in this, if you let yourself find it. The idea that your birthday is a day when the universe's defences around you are temporarily weakened, requiring a gathering of people and ritual foods and organised goodwill to shore them up again, is not entirely different from what a modern birthday party accomplishes. The candles are a kind of barrier. The singing is a kind of incantation. You've been doing protective magic all along and simply calling it a party. The historian Herodotus, who travelled through Egypt in the 5th century BCE and wrote extensively about what he observed, noted that Egyptians marked the birthdays of royalty with feasts. He called them among the most important days in the Egyptian calendar. His account gives us one of the earliest references to birthday celebrations in the written record, even if scholars have spent considerable time debating exactly what he witnessed versus what he assumed. Further east still, in ancient Persia, similar patterns emerge. Persian rulers held annual birthday feasts of extraordinary scale, events described in Greek sources as occasions of vast food, musicians, entertainers and gift-giving that could last for days. These feasts were political performances as much as personal celebrations. To attend the king's birthday feast was to declare loyalty. To be excluded was a quiet form of exile. The guest list was, in a very real sense, a map of the political landscape. So already, in these first thousands of years of recorded birthday observance, several patterns are establishing themselves. The birthday belongs first to royalty and power. It carries spiritual or cosmic weight. It involves gathering people and making offerings. And it is a social performance, a declaration about who matters and who belongs in the circle of the person being honoured. These patterns will survive in altered forms in every chapter of this story. It is also worth pausing to consider what it felt like, on a more human level, to live in a society where the birthday of the ruler was woven into the fabric of public life. In ancient Egypt, the coronation anniversary of the pharaoh was not a private affair. Its ripple effects reached far beyond the palace courtyard. Temple priests adjusted their schedules. Merchants who supplied the palace with foods and linens prepared their largest deliveries. farmers near the capital might have watched processions pass along the road with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. Children growing up in the shadow of those great ceremonial days absorbed the idea, without anyone needing to explain it, that a person's birth date was a matter of communal significance rather than private memory. This is a small detail, but it carries weight. The birthday begins not in the intimate domestic space most of us associate with it, but in public, in ceremony, in the performance of power and renewal that holds a civilization together. The journey from that enormous public stage to the kitchen table, from the temple courtyard to the birthday cake with its small ring of flames, is the story of how a royal ritual became a human one. You're lying on your back on a hillside somewhere in ancient Greece, and the sky above you is doing what ancient skies did before artificial light smeared away the detail. Every star is exactly where it always is, but tonight you're looking at them differently, because someone has told you that the arrangement of those lights on the night you were born contains a kind of map of who you are. This idea, which strikes the modern mind as either beautiful or ridiculous depending on the day and your mood, was not fringe thinking in the ancient world. It was mainstream. It was science, in the vocabulary of the time. The Greeks inherited a great deal from the Babylonians, including their astronomical records and their conviction that celestial events corresponded meaningfully with earthly ones. But the Greeks, being Greeks, systematized and philosophized and argued about it until they had built an entire architecture of thought around the subject. The word horoscope comes from the Greek horoskopos, which means something roughly like hour watcher. A horoscope was originally a calculation, not a newspaper column. It required knowing the precise moment of birth in order to determine which celestial bodies occupied which positions at that exact instant. The Greek astrologer who sat down to calculate your chart needed your birth date and ideally your birth hour. These were not trivial details. They were the raw material of the entire enterprise. This created, across the ancient Greek world, a cultural habit of knowing and recording one's birth date that had not existed in quite the same way before. In earlier societies, birth dates were tracked for royalty and the highborn, but ordinary people rarely needed to know the precise date of their own birth. Astrology changed that calculus. Suddenly your birth date was personally meaningful. It belonged to you specifically. It was not just a data point for royal scribes. It was the beginning of your story, written in a celestial language that a trained reader could interpret. The philosopher Plato, born sometime around 428 BCE, was celebrated by his followers with an annual feast on what they believed was his birthday, placed on the 7th day of the Greek month of Thargelion. After his death, these birthday feasts continued for generations, a kind of philosophical ancestor veneration that linked living students to their founding teacher through the ritual repetition of his birth date. The day kept him present. It kept the lineage alive. The Greek birthday tradition for ordinary people centered on the concept of a personal daemon, a kind of attending spirit or guardian force that was born alongside each person and accompanied them through life. On your birthday, you made offerings to your daemon. You might bring honey cakes to the temple or light a small fire at a household shrine. You were not celebrating yourself exactly. You were honouring the invisible presence that kept you intact. This is a subtle but interesting distinction. Greek birthday observance was not primarily about you, the individual. It was about the spirit that walked beside you. The ritual acknowledged something larger than the self, something that had an anniversary worth marking just as the person did. The followers of Pythagoras, the philosopher and mathematician whose name most of us remember primarily from a theorem we learned in school and then carefully forgot, had an especially involved relationship with birthday commemoration. Pythagorean communities held regular celebrations of Pythagoras' birthday long after his death, gathering to make offerings, recite texts, and share meals in his honour. These gatherings were not merely sentimental. They were structured rituals of philosophical continuity, ways of saying that the ideas Pythagoras had introduced were still alive and being tended. Greek mooncakes, which were round and sometimes carried a lit torch or small flame to represent the lunar surface, were left at the temple of Artemis on birthdays. Artemis was the goddess of, among other things, childbirth, and this round illuminated offering in her honour connected the birth date to the cycles of the moon in a way that felt cosmically appropriate. The act of carrying a lit cake to a sacred space on the anniversary of one's birth is, if you hold it at the right angle, recognisably similar to what happens in every kitchen where candles are lit on a birthday cake today. The setting has changed. The gesture has not moved much at all. The mathematician and astronomer Ptolemy, writing in the 2nd century of the Common Era, codified astrological practice in his text known as the Tetrabiblos, a 4-part work that laid out the rules of astrological interpretation with systematic thoroughness. His work influenced European and Islamic scholarship for over 1,000 years. Every time a medieval scribe copied a chapter of Ptolemy's work, the idea that birth dates carry meaning was reinforced and transmitted forward. Greek physicians also found the birth date medically relevant. The physician Hippocrates, whose name is attached to the oath still associated with medical practice today, believed that the conditions of a person's birth, including the season and the position of the stars, had lasting effects on that person's constitution and their susceptibility to illness. A physician who wanted to treat a patient well might want to know not just their current symptoms, but their birth date. The birthday in this context was medical history as well as a personal milestone. But what astrology truly accomplished beyond the charts and the interpretations was something subtler. It democratized the birthday, at least partially. If knowing your birth date gave you access to cosmically useful information about yourself, then birth dates were no longer just for pharaohs and kings. They were for anyone literate enough or wealthy enough to commission a reading. The birthday became a personal document, an identity marker, the kind of thing a person might actually know and carry with them through a life. That ownership, tentative and uneven as it was in the ancient world, is the seed of everything that follows. It is worth spending a moment with what ordinary birth tracking actually looked like in ancient Greece, for the people who were not philosophers or kings. In a prosperous Athenian household, the birth of a child triggered a series of rituals that connected the new life to both the family and the wider community. On the 5th day after birth, a ceremony called the Amphidromia involved family members carrying the newborn around the hearth fire. On the 10th day, the child was formally named at a celebration that included gifts and feasting. This naming ceremony, not the birth itself, was often the occasion recorded as the child's entrance into the social world. The birth date in this context was a more fluid thing than the fixed number we carry today. A Greek child growing up in the 5th century BCE might know the month of their birth and the phase of the moon, without knowing the precise day as we would calculate it. The calendar itself was complicated and varied between city-states, which meant that two people born at the same moment in different cities might technically have different birth dates depending on which local calendar was being used. This imprecision did not prevent the celebration of personal anniversaries. It simply meant that birthdays, for ordinary people, were approximate affairs, anchored to seasonal markers or family memory, rather than a specific number on a standardized calendar. In some ways, this gave the birthday a more organic quality, tied to the rhythms of nature rather than the bureaucracy of dates. The anniversary of your birth was the time of year when the almond trees bloomed, or when the first cold nights arrived, or when the fishing boats returned from their long summer routes along the coast. Step now into the city of Rome, somewhere around the 1st century BCE, and notice the smell first. Every city in history has its own smell, and ancient Rome smells of bread baking, of meat smoke, of the stone dust that rises from buildings always under construction, and of the particular sweetness of honey, which the Romans used for everything from medicine to diplomacy to dessert. Honey is central to the Roman birthday, and we will come back to that. The Romans had a word for a birthday. Natalis dies, the natal day, the day of birth. They also had a shortened form, natalis, which appears frequently in their poetry and legal texts and letters. When a Roman wrote about natalis in a celebratory context, everyone understood immediately. It was one of the most significant days in the Roman personal calendar. What happened on a Roman natalis depended on who you were and how much money you had, but certain elements were consistent across social classes. First, you made an offering to your genius, which for a man was the divine spirit or generative force that animated him, and for a woman was called the Juno, a term connected to the goddess of the same name. These were not gods in the full sense. They were personal protective presences, closer to what the Greeks called daimones, and honouring them on your birthday was a form of self-care that carried spiritual weight. The offering might be a small cake sweetened with honey. It might be a pour of wine onto a household altar. It might be a garland of flowers hung at the doorway. In wealthier households, the offering might be considerably more elaborate, involving multiple altars, imported incense, and a gathering of family and friends who ate together and raised cups and spoke words of goodwill over the person whose day it was. The poet Tibullus, writing in the 1st century BCE, left behind a poem addressed to his patron on the occasion of that patron's birthday. The poem is warm and a little flattering, as poems addressed to wealthy patrons tend to be, but it also gives us a detailed and genuine sense of what a Roman birthday felt like from the inside. Tibullus describes the preparation of the altar, the carefully selected garland, and the cake made without salt because salt was associated with mourning and had no place on a natal day. He describes the gathering of friends and the particular quality of afternoon light, and the feeling of gratitude that the year has turned and the person he is celebrating is still here to be celebrated. The poet Horace also wrote birthday verses, though his tend to have the slightly distracted quality of a man who is genuinely enjoying his wine, and would rather write about that. The poet Ovid composed birthday elegies that are technically celebrations, but read at times as if the act of surviving another year has reminded him of everything he has not yet done. Roman birthday poetry spans the full range of human feeling on the occasion, from pure delight to philosophical resignation, which suggests that the Romans experienced birthdays very much the way we do, as events that contain both genuine warmth and a faint existential pressure. That last note is important. Roman life expectancy was not what ours is. Reaching another birthday was not guaranteed in the way it often feels today. Celebrating a natalis was an explicit acknowledgement that the person had survived another circuit of the calendar, which was genuinely worth stating out loud. The Roman writer Pliny the Younger describes in his letters the celebration of his own birthday and those of people he admired. He treats birthdays with a kind of philosophical seriousness that sits alongside the festivity. The day is both an occasion for joy and a prompt for reflection. Another year has passed. The life being lived is still moving forward. These are thoughts that a person in middle age might particularly recognise. Now, about those honey cakes. The connection between birthday celebrations and circular sweet foods is very old, running through both Greek and Roman traditions. Round foods carried symbolic meaning in the ancient world. The circle represented completeness, and the cycle, the return. A round cake on a birthday echoed the round shape of the sun, and the round path it travelled through the year. Whether ordinary Romans were consciously thinking about solar symbolism when they ate their honey cake is unlikely. People rarely do, but the symbolism was there at the origin, embedded in the practice before the practice became habit. The candles we associate with birthday cakes have a similarly ancient root. Greek worshippers brought torches and lit offerings at temple ceremonies, including birthday rituals. Roman households kept small oil lamps burning at altars on sacred days. The connection between light and the marking of a significant occasion is so old it is essentially pre-rational. Something in the human nervous system responds to a small contained flame in a social gathering as meaningful, as worth attending to. The Romans also gave gifts on birthdays, a practice that their writers describe with a mixture of affection and mild cynicism. Martial, the Roman epigrammatist, wrote several sharp observations about birthday gifts, noting the way people tended to give expensive presents when they wanted something from the recipient, and considerably less impressive ones when they did not. His humour is recognisable in a way that makes 2,000 years feel like a very short distance. Not everyone in the ancient world approved of birthday celebrations, however. The early Christian theologians had complicated feelings about the custom, not because joy was suspect or because marking personal milestones was theologically wrong. The objection was more specific than that. Birthday celebrations were thoroughly pagan. They were associated with the honour given to Genius and Juno spirits, with astrology and horoscopes, and with the rituals of Roman religious life that Christianity was in the process of replacing. Origen of Alexandria, one of the most influential theologians of the early church, writing in the 3rd century of the Common Era, argued explicitly that celebrating one's birthday was the kind of thing sinful people did. His example of the sort of person who throws birthday parties is, interestingly, the Pharaoh from the Book of Genesis. The implication being that only morally questionable rulers with foreign gods commemorated the day of their birth. This theological unease did not eliminate birthday celebration. It did complicate it considerably, and the church would eventually come up with its own solution to the birthday problem, one that is still practiced in parts of Europe today and carries a quiet kind of beauty. Before we step into that medieval solution, it is worth noting one aspect of the Roman birthday tradition that often goes unremarked. The birthday was not exclusively a male institution in Rome. Women's birthdays were celebrated with equal ceremony in households that could afford to do so, and the literary record preserves several birthday poems addressed to women with the same affectionate formality found in the poems addressed to men. The birthday of a beloved wife or mother was an occasion for the household to gather, for offerings to be made to her Juno, and for gifts and goodwill to flow in her direction. For the poor of Rome, the birthday was a simpler affair, but no less meaningful. A small offering at a neighbourhood shrine. A meal that was slightly better than the ordinary. The acknowledgement, spoken or simply understood, that the day was set apart. The Roman instinct to mark the natal day crossed economic boundaries in a way that not all Roman customs did. You did not need a marble altar or an imported garland to honour your genius on the anniversary of your birth. A clay lamp and a handful of herbs and the company of the people who knew you were sufficient. You are in a small stone church somewhere in medieval Europe, and it is cold the way medieval churches were always cold, which is to say comprehensively and without apology. The light coming through the narrow windows has the pale quality of a winter morning, and somewhere near the front of the nave a candle has been lit on a side altar, where a carved wooden figure of a saint stands. This is not a birthday celebration, technically, but it is very close to one. The medieval church, having inherited the early Christian ambivalence about individual birth dates, arrived at a practical solution over the course of several centuries. Rather than celebrating the anniversary of your physical birth, which carried all those unfortunate pagan associations, you celebrated the feast day of the saint whose name you carried. If your name was Catherine, your celebratory day was the feast of St. Catherine. If your name was Martin, your day was the feast of St. Martin of Tours, which falls on the 11th of November and was already associated with a particular kind of autumn festivity involving the geese traditionally eaten at that time of year. These name day observances, known in Italian as onomastico, in German as Namenstag, and in French as la fête, became the primary form of personal annual celebration across much of medieval and early modern Europe. They were built into the liturgical calendar in a way that made them communal and spiritually legitimate. The church approved. The neighbours understood. The local baker knew what kind of small treat to prepare. In practice, name day observances often looked quite a lot like what we would call a birthday celebration. Family gathered. Food was made. Small gifts might be exchanged. The person whose day it was occupied a temporary centre of communal attention and goodwill. The structure of the ritual was identical to a birthday celebration. The justification was different. This is worth noting, because it tells us something about human nature that the church probably did not intend to broadcast. People wanted an annual personal day. They wanted one occasion in the year that was theirs. The appetite for this was strong enough that when the church removed the birthday from the calendar, the community simply replaced it with the name day and went on doing essentially the same things. You cannot extract the impulse just by renaming the occasion. The feast days of saints were not uniformly joyful occasions, it should be noted. The saints in question had usually died in ways that the word gruesome does not fully cover, and their feast days were technically commemorations of their martyrdom rather than celebrations of their birth. The church distinguished between the birthday of a saint, which they called the dies natalis, and which referred to the saint's death and entry into heaven, and the birth of the saint into the earthly world, which was rarely commemorated at all. This created an interesting inversion. In the logic of medieval Christianity, the important birthday was not the day you entered the world, but the day you left it for heaven. The spiritual birthday mattered. The biological one did not. Only the births of Christ and John the Baptist were considered holy enough to commemorate in the liturgical calendar, and yet the name day tradition persisted and deepened. By the high medieval period, a child was typically named at baptism after the saint, whose feast fell on or near the day of their birth, which created a natural link between the biological birth date and the liturgical name day without officially endorsing the celebration of birth itself. The church was threading a needle that would make even a skilled seamstress pause and reconsider. In parts of Eastern Europe, particularly in Greece and Russia and across the Slavic countries, the name day tradition is still the primary personal celebration, carrying more social weight than the biological birthday in many families. If you arrive at someone's door on their name day with a small offering of food or wine, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back almost without interruption to the medieval liturgical calendar. In Scandinavia, name day observance became woven into the civil calendar even for people who were not especially religious. Sweden and Finland still maintain official name day calendars, published annually, that tell you which names are honoured on which days. If your name falls on a given date, that date carries a gentle public acknowledgement that belongs to you and everyone who shares your name. Spain and the Spanish-speaking world developed a particularly warm culture around the onomastico, with families gathering to share food and music on the name day, with an enthusiasm that in some households exceeded that of the biological birthday. Children in these traditions often grew up with two celebratory anchors in their year, the birthday on one side and the name day on the other. This meant twice the cake, which is an arrangement that most children have historically found acceptable. The relationship between the baptismal name and the feast calendar also created a quiet kind of social glue in medieval communities. Everyone in a village knew which days belonged to which names. When St. Catherine's Day arrived in late November, every Catherine in the region could expect acknowledgement from her neighbours. The celebration was personal but also communal, embedded in a shared understanding of the calendar that made it visible to the whole community, rather than just a close family. What is particularly interesting about the name day tradition is the way it connects the individual to something larger. Your name day is not just about you, it is about the saint whose name you carry, about the community of everyone who shares that name, about the particular feast in the turning calendar of the church year. Your personal celebration is embedded in a collective one. This is a very different relationship to the birthday than the one most of us grew up with, where the occasion is almost entirely individual. That shift from the communal embedded name day to the solitary personal birthday is part of the larger story of how the individual came to occupy the centre of Western cultural life. There is also something worth considering in the practical texture of name day observance. As medieval and early modern people actually experienced it, a person living in a small village in 14th century France would have known from childhood which day in the church calendar was theirs. They would have watched their neighbours celebrate on their own name days and known that their own day would come around again in the same season each year with the same dependable rhythm. The celebration was embedded in a calendar that organised everything: planting and harvesting and fasting and feasting and rest. And so the personal day did not stand alone and expose the way a modern birthday sometimes can. It arrived within a context that was already full of meaning. This is a small but real comfort. To have a personal celebration that arrives inside a larger seasonal and communal structure, rather than as an isolated event on an otherwise ordinary day, gives it a different quality. The name day celebrant was not the only one having their day singled out. The calendar was full of feast days and commemorations, and the personal name day was one thread in that larger weaving. The gradual decline of name day observance in Protestant Northern Europe following the Reformation is one of the factors that eventually allowed the birthday to return as the primary personal celebration. When reformers stripped the saints' days from the calendar, removing hundreds of feast days as unnecessary ornament, the name day went with them, and the need that the name day had been meeting that annual personal acknowledgement remained. It simply needed a new occasion to occupy. Before we get to the modern birthday's emergence, however, we need to go to Germany. Because Germany, in the 18th century, invented something that changed everything. They lit candles on a cake and brought it to a child. There is a particular quality of light in a room where candles have just been lit on a cake. The flames are small, and they wobble a little with the movement of air, and the people gathered around the table go slightly quiet at the moment of presentation. Not because anyone has asked them to, but because something in the sight of small flames in a darkened space triggers an old and wordless attention. The Germans of the 18th century did not know they were inventing an international tradition. They were simply doing what people in certain households in certain German cities and towns had started doing for the children in their families. They were making a cake, lighting candles, and gathering around to mark the occasion of a child's birthday in a way that was warm and festive and specifically centred on the child. The tradition is called Kinderfest, which translates simply as Children's Festival. The records we have of early Kinderfest celebrations come from a variety of sources, including letters, diaries, and the observations of travellers passing through German-speaking regions, who noted the custom with some surprise because it was not common elsewhere in Europe at the time. One of the most frequently cited early accounts describes a birthday celebration for Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the poet and playwright who was then a child in Frankfurt. A cake was prepared with candles equal to the child's age, plus one additional candle for the coming year. The family gathered. The child was honoured. The atmosphere was warm and deliberately festive in a way that separated the day from ordinary time. The extra candle, the one representing the year ahead, is sometimes called the life candle in descriptions of the tradition. It burned for the year still to come, a kind of lit anticipation set alongside the lit record of years already completed. There is something genuinely lovely about this. The past accounted for and the future given a small flame of its own, all of it gathered on one cake on one table on one particular evening. The German tradition of lighting candles on a birthday cake also connects to an older protective symbolism. The candles were lit in the morning and burned throughout the day, only extinguished after the birthday meal was finished. They were meant to hold the child safe, to create a ring of light around the day that would keep harm at a respectful distance. The blowing out of candles, which we now do ceremonially at the moment of cake presentation, was originally the closing gesture of a full day's ritual protection. The wish made while blowing out the candles also connects to this older layer of meaning. If you extinguished all the candles in a single breath, the wish you had made would be granted because the power of the breath and the power of the completed light ritual combined into something effective. If you failed to blow them all out, the wish would not reach its destination. This rule, which most of us learned as children without knowing its history, is centuries old. The Kinderfest tradition spread gradually beyond German borders, carried by German immigrants, by travellers who had witnessed it and brought the custom home, and by the slow general drift of fashions in domestic life that moved through educated European households in the 18th and 19th centuries. England was particularly receptive to German cultural influences during this period, partly because of the close dynastic connections between the British and German royal houses. Queen Victoria, herself of German descent and married to the thoroughly German Prince Albert, presided over a court that was openly enthusiastic about German domestic traditions. The decorated Christmas tree, which most people now associate with English and American holiday customs, arrived in Britain through this same Germanic channel. The birthday cake, which by the 19th century had become a recognisable institution in British middle-class households, arrived partly through this same route. English bakers adapted it. Sugar replaced much of the honey. The cake grew richer and more elaborate as the Victorian baking arts developed, and refined sugar became more widely available, and the birthday cake became a canvas. By the late 19th century, English and American cookbooks and household management guides were including recipes for birthday cakes that were decorated, iced, and personalised in ways that earlier centuries would not have recognised. Isabella Beeton, whose book on household management became one of the most influential domestic texts of the Victorian period, described birthday cakes as occasions for some culinary ambition, though she probably would have found the current practice of sculpting full three-dimensional cartoon figures from sugar paste somewhat excessive. The industrial changes of the 19th century played a large role in all of this. White flour became cheaper and more uniform. Baking powder, which made cakes lighter and more reliably consistent, was developed in the 1850s. Refined sugar dropped in price as production expanded, particularly as sugar cane cultivation grew in the Americas and the Caribbean. The birthday cake, which had once required ingredients that only the comfortable could afford, gradually became accessible to a wider range of households. The shape of the birthday cake itself evolved. Earlier German Geburtstagskuchen, the German word for birthday cake, tended to be tall and enriched with eggs and butter, closer in character to what we would now call a coffee cake or a pound cake. As the Victorian era progressed and baking fashion shifted, the layered cake with visible tiers separated by cream or jam or fresh fruit became the dominant form in Britain and then in America. The frosted exterior gave decorators a surface to work with that a plain crumb coat does not provide, and people turned out to be strongly interested in working with it. This democratization of the birthday cake mirrors the broader democratization of the birthday itself. A tradition that had begun with pharaohs and kings had filtered over thousands of years through Roman altars and Greek moon offerings and medieval church calendars and German family gatherings, until it arrived at the kitchen tables of ordinary families with ordinary children who needed only a cake, some candles, and the people who loved them. There is something that should not be taken for granted in that sentence. The kitchen table, the ordinary family, the child at the centre. For most of human history, childhood was not specifically honoured in this way. The idea that a child's birthday deserved its own ritual, its own cake, its own gathered attention, was new enough in the 18th century that travellers wrote it down in their journals as something worth recording. It felt remarkable. We have simply had long enough to forget that it once was. The German Kinderfest also introduced something that seems obvious to us now, but was genuinely novel at the time. It placed the child at the centre of the celebration, rather than at the edges of an adult occasion. Earlier birthday observances, whether Roman Natalis feasts or medieval name day gatherings, were primarily adult events in which children might be present but were not the focus. The Kinderfest inverted this. The entire day was organised around the child's experience. The games were chosen for children. The food was selected with children's preferences in mind. The candles were a spectacle designed to delight a child's particular quality of attention. This centering of the child is consistent with a broader European intellectual movement of the 18th century, associated with thinkers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who argued that childhood was a distinct and valuable phase of human development, deserving respect rather than simply correction. These ideas filtered through educated households in Germany, France, and Britain with varying speeds and degrees of fidelity, but they contributed to a cultural environment in which the Kinderfest tradition could take root and spread. What the German families of the 18th century could not have anticipated was how thoroughly their domestic custom would travel. Within a century, the birthday cake with candles had crossed the Atlantic and taken up residence in American homes with such speed and conviction that later generations would have been puzzled to learn it had originated anywhere in particular. Let us talk about the card. The birthday card is such a fixture of modern life that it is easy to underestimate how recently it arrived. You walk into a shop, and there is an entire wall of them. You choose one with a bear or a balloon, or a sentiment involving wine. You write something that is either sincere or gently comedic, depending on how well you know the recipient. You feel mildly guilty if you forget to send one at all. This entire ritual, which now generates billions of dollars annually across an industry spanning multiple continents, did not exist before the middle of the 19th century. The birthday card grew out of two developments that happened more or less simultaneously in Victorian Britain. The first was the introduction of the penny post in 1840, which meant that a letter or card could be sent anywhere in the country for a single penny. Before this reform, postage was expensive and calculated by distance, which meant that sending a personal note to someone far away was a luxury reserved for those who could afford the rate. The penny post changed that. Suddenly, sending a small paper message was cheap enough to be casual. The second development was the Christmas card industry, which expanded rapidly in the 1860s and 70s as printing technology improved and lithography made colourful illustrated cards financially viable for mass production. Publishers and printers who had invested heavily in machinery and distribution networks for Christmas cards noticed, with the pragmatic clarity of people who have committed significant capital to printing equipment, that there were many other occasions in the year when people might like to send illustrated cards to one another. The birthday card was a natural extension. By the 1870s and 80s, birthday cards were appearing in shops across Britain, and soon after in the United States. They range from the genuinely beautiful, featuring detailed illustrations of flowers and birds and pastoral scenes, executed in the elaborate Victorian style, to the comically sentimental, featuring verses that would embarrass a modern greeting card writer, and which the Victorians apparently found entirely acceptable. The early birthday cards rarely made jokes about aging. That particular genre, which now dominates the birthday card wall with its cheerful references to memory loss and creaking joints, developed later. Victorian birthday cards tended toward the sincere and the florid. The language was elevated, the images were romantic. The overall message was that the birthday recipient was cherished, and the sender wished them long life and good health. The humour arrived gradually, and it arrived partly through the American tradition of birthday celebrations, which by the early 20th century was developing a tone somewhat different from the more formal British and European approach. American birthday culture was louder, more democratic, more openly comedic. The joke cards of the early 20th century began treating the birthday as an occasion for gentle ribbing rather than pure tribute. By the time Hallmark Cards was producing birthday cards in substantial numbers in the 1910s and 20s, the range of tones available had expanded considerably. Hallmark was founded in 1910 in Kansas City by Joyce Clyde Hall, who at the time was a teenager selling picture postcards from a shoebox stored under his bed at the local YMCA, where he lived. The company he built would go on to shape the language of birthday sentiment in the English-speaking world to a degree that is difficult to overstate. If you have ever searched for the right words for a birthday card and landed on something like wishing you a year as wonderful as you are, you have been in Hallmark's neighbourhood even if you did not know it. Now, the song. Happy Birthday to You is the most performed song in the English language. It has been sung so many times in so many locations by so many people at so many birthday cakes that the melody has essentially been pressed into the collective unconscious of anyone who grew up in English-speaking culture. The tune appears in your head automatically when you see candles on a cake. The response is entirely involuntary. The song was written not as a birthday song but as a classroom greeting. Mildred and Patty Hill, two sisters who were both involved in early childhood education in Louisville, Kentucky, published a song in 1893 called Good Morning to All. It was intended to be sung by teachers and students as the school day began. The melody was simple and sturdy, easy for young children to learn and sing together in the first minutes of the morning. Somewhere between its publication and the early 1900s, the words changed. Good morning to you. became Happy Birthday to You. The change happened gradually, in the way that folk tradition moves, through repetition and variation, across many households and schoolrooms, without any single person making a formal decision. By the 1920s, the birthday version was common enough to be published in songbooks in its current form. Radio played a significant role in standardizing the song, as radio broadcasts brought music into living rooms across America and Britain in the 1920s and 30s. The versions of Happy Birthday to You that were performed on air were heard by enormous audiences simultaneously. People who had grown up singing slightly different regional variations of the song heard the broadcast version and gradually aligned toward it. Radio did what centuries of oral tradition had not quite managed to do. It made the song uniform. The legal history of Happy Birthday to You is its own peculiar chapter, involving decades of copyright claims by a publishing company, substantial licensing fees paid by film and television productions wanting to use the song without legal trouble, and a 2015 lawsuit that resulted in a federal judge ruling that the copyright claim was never valid in the first place. The song belongs to everyone. It always did, really. The children's birthday party is a social institution crystallised in the Victorian and Edwardian periods, alongside the broader sentimentalisation of childhood that was one of the defining cultural projects of the Victorian age. Before the 19th century, childhood was not generally treated as a distinct phase of life requiring its own customs and celebrations. Children were small people who would soon be larger people. The particular quality of childhood experience was not widely considered worth preserving or honouring in ritual form. The Victorians changed this substantially. They invented, in a meaningful sense, the modern concept of childhood as a protected, cherished, distinct phase of life. And with that invention came the apparatus of childhood celebration. Toys became more elaborate and were produced specifically for children. Books were written specifically for children. Birthday parties were organised specifically for children, with games and sweets and entertainments calibrated to their age and delight. The children's birthday party of the Victorian era featured games that seemed gentle and slightly chaotic to modern eyes, things like Pin the Tail on the Donkey, which made its documented appearance in the 1870s, musical chairs, and various versions of Pass the Parcel and Blind Man's Bluff. The food was sweet and plentiful. The cake was the climax. The whole event was designed to produce a particular quality of excited happiness in the children present, and the diary accounts and letters of Victorian parents suggest that this ambition was at least partially achieved. Department stores, which were themselves a Victorian invention, began selling birthday-specific goods in the latter half of the 19th century. Candles designed for birthday cakes appeared as a commercial product. Printed paper hats, rooted in the paper craft traditions of Europe, became associated with birthday parties by the early 20th century. The party favour, a small gift placed at each guest's seat or given at the door upon leaving, became a standard element of the children's party in American households by the 1920s and 30s. Ice cream arrived at the birthday party table as an accompaniment to cake with such enthusiasm that the combination became its own cultural institution. The ice cream cake, which fuses the two traditions into a single impractical artifact that melts slightly faster than a child can eat it, appeared in American households in the mid-20th century and has persisted with extraordinary stubbornness ever since. All of these objects, the hat, the favour, the candle, the card, the song and the ice cream, arrived independently and at different points across the long 19th and early 20th centuries. By the time the mid-20th century settled in, they had assembled themselves into something that felt like a single coherent tradition, as if it had always been exactly this way. It had not. But the pieces had been gathering for a long time. The etiquette of the birthday changed alongside the material culture. In the Victorian era, receiving guests on your birthday was a formal affair governed by protocols not unlike those attached to paying a social call. You would be presented in a particular room. refreshments would follow a particular order. The gift, if one was brought, would be presented and acknowledged with formal words. By the mid-20th century, American birthday parties had shed most of this formality in favour of something warmer and louder and considerably stickier. The birthday cake arrived, the children screamed, someone's balloon popped, and everyone screamed again for a different reason. This shift toward informality in birthday celebration is itself a historical development worth noticing. It reflects a broader cultural movement across the 20th century, in which the governed formality of Victorian social life gave way to a more relaxed ideal of domestic celebration. The birthday party became one of the training grounds for this new informality. Children who grew up with the cheerful chaos of the mid-century birthday party carried those expectations into adulthood and organised their own adult celebrations accordingly. The party at which no one stands on ceremony and someone inevitably ends up with frosting on their face is the direct descendant of a long process of deliberate loosening. You've made it to the last chapter, which feels fitting, because this chapter is about what it means to make it. Milestone birthdays are different from ordinary birthdays. They carry a different atmospheric pressure. The 30th, the 40th, the 50th, the 60th, the 100th. These are the ones where the normal festivity tilts towards something deeper, where the laughter is accompanied by a brief, careful look at the horizon of the life being lived. They are the ones where people fly in from other cities, where the party planning begins months early, where someone gives a speech and then apologises for giving a speech but gives it anyway. The concept of milestone birthdays is ancient, though the specific ages we designate as milestones have shifted considerably over time and across cultures. In ancient Rome, reaching the age of 60 was considered a significant threshold, one associated with full elder status, and the particular authority that came with having survived into what was, by Roman standards, a long life. Roman writers describe 60-year-old men being treated with a specific kind of deference that differed from ordinary respect. The age carried weight that younger men could not yet access. In medieval Europe, significant ages were often tied to social and legal thresholds, rather than round numbers. A boy became legally responsible for his actions at a certain age. A girl became marriageable at another age. These ages varied by region and time period and were not always tied to specific numbers in the way we think of milestones today. 7 was sometimes the age of reason. 14 or 15 marked entry into adult labour and legal personhood in various systems across the continent. The English tradition of the 21st birthday, as the major coming-of-age threshold, has a history that legal historians have traced to the age at which a young man was considered physically capable of bearing full armour, which required a degree of physical development that typically arrived in the early 20s. By the time armour was no longer the primary criterion for adult status, the age had become traditional enough to persist on its own momentum. The 21st birthday, the key to the door, as the English expression had it, remained the primary marker of full adulthood in British culture until the voting age was lowered to 18 in 1969, after which 18 gradually took on much of the ceremonial weight that had previously belonged to 21. In Jewish tradition, the 13th birthday carries enormous weight, marking the moment a young person formally becomes responsible for their own observance of religious law. The bar mitzvah for boys and the bat mitzvah for girls are among the most elaborately celebrated milestone birthdays in any religious tradition, and their observance has expanded over the past century from a relatively modest synagogue ceremony to, in many communities, a celebration that would have startled previous generations with its scale. The basic impulse, however, is ancient. At this age, the young person is seen, formally and publicly, as a full participant in the community. The 40th birthday holds a particular place in modern Western culture, partly because 40 carries genuine physiological meaning. Many people in their late 30s begin to notice changes in how their body responds to sleep and sustained effort that were not there a decade before. The 40th birthday lands in the middle of these discoveries and becomes a natural occasion for stock-taking. The humour that surrounds 40th birthday celebrations exists precisely because the threshold is real enough that laughter feels necessary as a response. The 50th birthday is treated in many cultures as the true watershed, the point at which a life has been more than half lived by any reasonable actuarial measure. In ancient Rome, the 50th birthday of a person who had led an important public life might be celebrated with public ceremonies. In the Jewish tradition of the Bible, the Jubilee year, which in biblical law occurred every 50 years, marked a time of release, return, and reset, a collective threshold that echoed the significance of the personal 50th in the life of an individual. The 100th birthday occupies its own special category. In Britain, the reigning monarch sends a personal card to any citizen who reaches 100 years of age, a tradition begun by King George V in 1917. The recipient of such a card is typically described in newspaper accounts with a particular combination of wonder and delight, as if reaching 100 has proved something important not only about the individual, but also about human persistence generally. In Korea, the first birthday, called Doljanchi, is one of the most elaborate and meaningful celebrations in the culture, drawing from a tradition rooted in the historical reality that infant mortality was high and reaching 1 year of life was a genuine cause for celebration. The child is dressed in traditional clothes, seated before a table of symbolic items, and invited to reach for one of them. The object they choose is said to predict their future. Though the custom originated in urgency, it has survived into an era of better medicine as an occasion of pure joy and family gathering. In China, longevity noodles are traditionally served on birthdays, and the length of the noodle matters. The longer the noodle, the longer the life being celebrated. Cutting a noodle before it is fully eaten is considered bad luck, which adds a certain amount of careful slurping to the occasion, and has probably ruined more than a few festive shirts. In Mexico, the quinceañera marks a girl's 15th birthday, with a ceremony that is part religious observance and part social announcement, a full coming-of-age ritual that blends Catholic tradition with celebrations rooted much further back in indigenous cultures. The 15-year threshold has its own history and its own weight, distinct from the Anglo-American milestones and carrying a different kind of meaning. What all of these traditions share is the conviction that a particular age, a particular year, or a particular day of arrival deserves to be acknowledged by the community surrounding the person who lived it. The forms are different, the foods are different, the music is different, but the structure is identical. Now, how did all of this, the cakes and candles, the cards and songs, the children's parties and milestone gatherings, become a global phenomenon reaching cultures that had their own distinct traditions of birth commemoration? The answer involves several overlapping forces, none of which is tidy. European colonialism spread European cultural practices into communities across Asia, Africa, and the Americas, not always gently, and not always with the consent of those communities. Birthday celebrations in the Western style arrived in many places as part of a broader package of colonial culture and missionary activity that replaced local practices with European ones. This history is worth carrying alongside the rest of the story, even tonight. But the 20th century added a different and more voluntary mechanism for the global spread of the birthday tradition. American popular culture, carried by film, radio, and eventually television, moved across the world with remarkable speed in the decades following the Second World War. The birthday party, as depicted in American films and television, was a comprehensible and appealing ritual, one that could be observed and adopted by families in countries very far from Kansas City. The birthday cake appeared on screen, the song was sung, the candles were blown out. People watched and thought, we could do that. The economic expansion of the greeting card and confectionery industries in the second half of the 20th century did the rest. If someone was willing to sell you a birthday cake mix and a set of candles and a printed card, the infrastructure for the celebration was already assembled. All you needed was the occasion. and yet it would be reductive to explain the global birthday purely through colonialism and commerce. Something else is operating here, something that this whole long story has been quietly circling. The birthday is a ritual of memory and belonging. It insists once a year that the person at its centre is remembered, that their arrival in the world was an event worth marking, that the people around them are glad they are here. In a world that is very large and moves very fast and has many other things to attend to, the birthday is a small, structured insistence on personal significance. This is not a trivial thing. Research on loneliness and social belonging, conducted across the second half of the 20th century, consistently finds that feeling remembered is central to human well-being. Not admired, not necessarily loved in any grand or complicated sense, but simply remembered, held in someone else's awareness, known to exist. The birthday does this reliably. Once a year, the people who care about you organise themselves around the fact of your existence. They bake something or buy something. They sing something, perhaps badly. They give you a card in which someone else's words have been deployed in your honour, because finding the right words is genuinely difficult, and the cards exist to help with that. They gather. This is what the pharaoh's coronation feast was doing. This is what the Babylonian priest's protective ritual was doing. This is what the Greek honey cake left at the Temple of Artemis was doing. This is what the German child's Kinderfest was doing. The form changes, the candles change, the words change. The underlying intention does not. You are here. We are glad. Let us mark it. The historian and anthropologist Victor Turner wrote extensively about what he called liminal moments, thresholds in human experience where ordinary time is suspended and something more concentrated takes its place. A birthday is a liminal moment. The year pivots, the age number changes. The person at the centre steps briefly out of ordinary time and into ceremonial time, held by the gathered attention of the people around them. Even a modest birthday celebration accomplishes this. The cake was carried from the kitchen with the candles lit, the slight hush as it arrives, the singing, which everyone joins without being asked, the instruction to make a wish, which even adults take privately seriously no matter how cheerfully they claim not to, the breath, and then the dark, and then the applause. The whole sequence takes perhaps 4 minutes from start to finish. And in those 4 minutes, the person at the centre has been reminded, by fire and song and sugar and the presence of other people, that they are here and worth remembering. That is an old magic. Older than Christianity's discomfort with it. Older than Rome's rituals around it. Older than the Babylonian scribes who encoded it in clay. It belongs to something in the structure of human attention, the need to mark the passage of time by standing still for a moment and noticing that a life is being lived. Your life specifically. With all its ordinary Tuesdays and unremarkable seasons and the particular accumulation of things known and things lost that no one else carries in quite the same combination. The birthday says you have been here for another year. The year happened, you were in it. That is worth a cake. That is worth a song. That is worth staying up a little past your bedtime to remember. There is one more thing worth carrying with you as you drift off tonight. The birthday has, in the modern era, acquired a digital layer that would have been entirely alien to every generation before ours. The social media birthday notification, which arrives with cheerful automation and generates a small cascade of well wishes from people who range from close friends to someone you met once at a conference in 2012, is a peculiar development in the long history of birthday acknowledgement. And yet, even in its algorithmic form, it is doing the same thing that all the older traditions were doing. It is saying, we know you are here. The notification carries no honey cake. It requires no garland. It does not invoke your genius or your Juno or the spirit that walks beside you. But it is a name recognized and spoken on a particular day by someone who took even the smallest available action to acknowledge it. The ancient scribes recorded birth so that the cosmos could be consulted on a person's behalf. The modern platform records birth so that an automated system can prompt a few seconds of human attention. The intermediary has changed completely. The intention points in the same direction. And if, as you drift towards sleep tonight, you find yourself thinking about the people who remembered your most recent birthday, the ones who called or sent a message or showed up or baked something imperfect and brought it over anyway, you are participating in the oldest available form of human acknowledgement. You're being held in someone else's memory. You're being celebrated across a distance of time that stretches back to a scribe in Mesopotamia pressing a birth date into wet clay by lamplight, to a Greek follower of Plato raising a cup on the 7th of Thargelion, to a Roman poet arranging garlands at a household altar, to a medieval family gathering around the named day feast of a saint they had probably never met, to a German family in Frankfurt watching candlelight move across a child's cake. Every one of them, across the long reach of human time, was doing the same thing, saying, "We are glad you're here. Sleep well, my tired little candles. You've been here for another year, and that is exactly enough. If tonight's story carried you somewhere warm, a subscription keeps these histories finding their way to you." The year is 69 BCE, and Alexandria rises from the Egyptian coast like a city that has decided to be taken seriously, and has been waiting for everyone to catch up. It stretches along the harbour in marble and salt air, louder in the daytime than any city has a right to be, and quieter at night than you would expect from a place this size. Tonight you're going back there, to follow the life of a woman who was one of the most capable rulers of the ancient world, and who has spent 2,000 years being remembered as something considerably simpler. Welcome, my beloved sleepy history lovers. You're standing at the edge of something large and complicated, and the best place to begin is on the polished limestone floor of the royal palace at Alexandria, in the early decades of the 1st century BCE, when the stones still carry the warmth of the afternoon sun, even though the harbour outside has gone dark, and the lighthouse on Pharos Island is sending its reflected fire across the water in long orange lines. The corridor you're standing in is wide. The walls are painted plaster in deep red ochre, and a blue that comes from grinding lapis lazuli into powder and mixing it with beeswax, a process that is expensive and labour-intensive, and that the Ptolemaic court engages in anyway because the effect is exactly right. There are cedar panels along the upper sections of the walls, and the wood has been treated with oil, so the smell of the palace at night is cedar resin and beeswax and something floral drifting in from the garden, which at this hour is mostly jasmine. In the rooms further down there are lamps burning. There are always lamps burning somewhere in this palace, because the palace is never entirely asleep. Advisors are conferring in one room while ministers sleep in the next. Scribes are copying documents in the lamplit records office. Guards are moving through the outer corridors on the slow rhythmic rotation of a night watch that has been doing the same thing for so long it has stopped being vigilance and become something closer to a restless walking meditation. Into this environment, in approximately 69 BCE, Cleopatra the 7th Philopator is born. Her father is Ptolemy the 12th, ruler of Egypt, debtor to Rome, an enthusiastic amateur musician known in surviving records and in the comments of his contemporaries by the nickname Orleats, which is the Greek word for someone who plays the flute. He plays it at banquets. He plays it in public. He plays it with the relaxed confidence of a man who has decided that if people are going to talk about him anyway, they might as well have something accurate to discuss. He is not a stupid man. He is a man who has spent his reign in a position that rewards cleverness more than it rewards dignity, and he has made his peace with that arrangement. The Ptolemaic dynasty, the Greek royal family that has governed Egypt since the death of Alexander the Great, is in its 3rd century of rule by the time Cleopatra is born. Ptolemy, Alexander's general, took Egypt for himself around 305 BCE, with the decisive efficiency of a man who sees an opportunity and acts before someone else can have the same idea. The dynasty he founded has ruled ever since, which is an impressive stretch of time, and also something of a political miracle given the various crises, coups, assassinations and Roman interference that mark the intervening centuries. They have governed in Greek. Every administrative document, every royal proclamation, every trade agreement and tax record and judicial decree has been drafted in Greek by Greek-speaking scribes for a Greek-speaking court. The Egyptian population, which has been speaking its own language in various forms for several thousand years, and which practices a religious tradition of commensurate age and complexity, has been governed by people who share neither their language nor their gods. The arrangement has functioned, more or less, because the Ptolemies have been careful to maintain outward respect for Egyptian religious practice. They have funded temple construction, they have participated in ceremonies or sent representatives to participate in their place. They have adopted the formal titles of Egyptian pharaohs in the hieroglyphic inscriptions on their building projects, calling themselves sons of Ra and living Horuses in the symbolic language of a tradition they do not personally practice. But none of them has learned Egyptian. In 250 years, not one Ptolemaic ruler has bothered to speak to the people they govern in the language those people actually use. Cleopatra will be the first, and she will understand exactly what that means. She grows up in a palace that is genuinely extraordinary in ways the later Roman version of her life tends to move past quickly, because the later Roman version is considerably more engaged with whom she is alluring than with what she is learning. She has access to the Mouseion, Alexandria's great institution of scholarship attached to the library complex, funded by the royal administration since the reign of the first Ptolemy. She grows up surrounded by trade goods from India and Arabia, by ambassadors from the Parthian Empire and the African kingdoms to the south, by merchants who speak a dozen languages over dinner and treat the Nile as a logistics problem rather than a wonder. She pays attention to all of it. She also grows up surrounded by siblings, and the siblings are a more complicated subject. Her older sisters are Berenice IV and Cleopatra VI. Her younger brother is Ptolemy XIII, approximately 8 years her junior. There is another younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, and a younger sister, Arsinoe IV. By Ptolemaic standards, this is a large family, and by any standard, it is a large family in which everyone is simultaneously a relative and a variable in any long-term planning. Berenice IV provides an instructive early lesson. When Ptolemy XII goes to Rome to lobby the Senate for official recognition of his rule, which the Senate has been declining to provide in the expensive way that institutions decline things they nonetheless find financially interesting, Berenice takes the throne in his absence and rules for 3 years. When Ptolemy returns with Roman soldiers and a very large debt to Marcus Crassus, he has Berenice executed. He is reported to have observed this with his flute close at hand, which may be an exaggeration, or may simply be an accurate detail about a man who has made his peace with the requirements of his position. Cleopatra is approximately 15. She observes what happens and adjusts her understanding accordingly. She also begins developing the qualities that will later make Plutarch, writing more than a century after her death, reach for an unusually specific kind of praise. Plutarch notes that being in conversation with Cleopatra was like being drawn into something pleasant before you remembered you had arrived with a specific purpose. He notes that she moved between languages the way some people move between comfortable rooms, without a perceptible transition, and without the deliberateness that marks someone reaching for a second language from a distance. He notes that most people of importance who came to see her were able to do so without an interpreter. She's believed to have spoken 9 languages with genuine fluency. Greek was her native tongue, the language of her administrative writing and her interior thought. Egyptian was the political statement, the language no previous Ptolemy had bothered with, and the weight of that choice will become clear shortly. She also spoke Latin, Ethiopian, Hebrew, Aramaic, Parthian, and at least 2 additional languages associated with the Arabian and African trading territories Egypt relied on and traded with. Latin she learns not because she finds Romans charming, though she will find certain specific Romans useful, but because it is extremely advantageous to understand exactly what a potential threat is saying before the translator finishes smoothing the edges off it. By the time she's in her late teens, she's co-ruling with her ailing father, meeting with ministers, reading reports, and learning the mechanics of grain taxation, Red Sea trade, and temple administration in the particular hands-on way that comes from being in the rooms where decisions are made and paying close enough attention to understand why they are made that way. The palace itself operates on a rhythm that Cleopatra internalizes before she has the vocabulary to describe it. In the mornings, there are audiences with provincial governors and trade representatives and temple delegations, conducted in the formal reception rooms with interpreters standing at the margins in case a language strays beyond the court's official range. In the afternoons, there are the administrative reports, the tax assessments, the irrigation surveys, the grain yield projections, the endless columns of figures that represent the actual business of governing a country, rather than the ceremonial version of it. In the evenings, there are the dinners, which are the most politically active hours of the day because dinners are where alliances are formed and tested and occasionally dissolved in ways that the official record never quite captures. She watches all of it. She's also reading. The library complex in Alexandria holds an extraordinary collection of materials, and access to it for a member of the royal family is not merely permitted but expected. She reads the historians and the philosophers and the technical writers. She reads the medical texts and the botanical catalogues and the works on the properties of minerals and plants that form the foundation of what the ancient world understands as pharmacology. She reads the records of previous Ptolemaic rulers, which are instructive about what has worked and considerably more instructive about what has not. The most consistent pattern in those records is that the rulers who maintained genuine cooperation with the Egyptian priesthood tended to govern more effectively than those who treated the temple complexes as a revenue source to be managed from a distance. She notes this. When her father dies in 51 BCE, she is 18 years old and she is ready. Whether the kingdom is ready for her is a different question, and one that her younger brother's 3 advisors have already decided to answer on behalf of a 10-year-old boy who does not yet know he is being used as a justification. Settle in a little further now. Imagine the Nile Delta from somewhere above it, in the particular golden light of an Egyptian morning in late October, after the annual flood has come and gone. The fields are an impossible green, stretching in every direction as far as you can see from this height, interrupted only by the silver threads of irrigation canals and the low shapes of granary buildings and the occasional tall palm standing apart from everything else with the self-possessed dignity of a thing that does not need company. The soil is a dark colour, almost black in places, and from any lower vantage point it smells like wet earth and old water and the particular mineral richness of sediment that has travelled the length of one of the longest rivers in the world before depositing itself here, in thin layers that blow away in a strong wind and sustain agriculture for 5,000 years without artificial supplement. This soil is the reason Egypt exists as a civilization. It is also the reason Rome cannot afford to let Egypt become an enemy. The Nile floods every year between June and September. It has been doing this since before there were farmers to benefit from it. The flooding deposits a thin layer of rich alluvial silt across the fields of the valley and the delta, and when the flood retreats in October, what it leaves behind is some of the most productive agricultural land anywhere in the ancient world. Egyptian farmers plant wheat and barley in November, when the soil is still damp and the air has begun to cool towards something a Mediterranean person would recognise as mild. They harvest in March and April, before the summer heat arrives, and the Nile begins gathering itself upstream for the next cycle. Rome, by the 1st century BCE, has a city population of somewhere between 800,000 and 1 million people in the city itself. Feeding that many people in an era without refrigeration, without industrial transport, and without the global supply chain that makes feeding a modern city seem straightforward, requires grain shipments on a scale that makes modern logistics look casual. Egypt is by far the most productive single grain source in the Roman world. When the Nile floods well and the harvest is good, Rome is fed. When the Nile floods too low and the harvest fails, Rome feels it in the markets and in the streets and eventually in the Senate. This is not a metaphorical form of power. It is an entirely practical one, and Cleopatra understands it with the precision of someone who has read the agricultural reports and who knows that the number of months of reserve grain in the Alexandrian granaries is not an abstract administrative figure, but the actual number of months between Roman goodwill and Roman military attention. The management of the agricultural system is one of the less celebrated aspects of her reign. It is also one of the most consequential. The Nile's flooding is not precisely predictable. A flood that rises too high destroys irrigation canals, drowns livestock and damages village infrastructure. A flood that rises too low leaves the fields dry and the harvest inadequate. The Egyptian administration has been monitoring the Nile's flood level at measurement stations called nilometers since pharaonic times, tracking the rise and fall of the river against carved gradations in stone, and using those measurements to estimate the harvest and set tax rates accordingly. This system requires accurate measurement, competent administration at every level from the village irrigation officer to the royal granary superintendent, and the kind of consistent record keeping that allows the government to compare this year's flood against the recorded floods of the past 50 years and make reasonable decisions about what the harvest will produce. We have surviving papyri from Cleopatra's reign that show this system functioning in practice. One papyrus from around 33 BCE, an administrative document concerning grain allocation in one of the Delta provinces, carries a notation in handwriting that differs from the scribal hand of the rest of the document. The word is ginestoi, meaning let it be done or make it so. It is the kind of word you write when you are a queen reading a petition about grain storage and have decided the matter and are prepared to move on to the next document. It is not a romantic detail, it is a detail about a working monarch. Alexandria itself is the engine through which Egypt's agricultural wealth becomes international power. Strabo, the Greek geographer who visits Egypt around 25 BCE, a few years after Cleopatra's death, describes Alexandria with the barely contained enthusiasm of a man who has travelled extensively and still cannot quite believe what he is looking at. He describes the double harbour, one facing east toward Asia and one facing west toward the rest of the Mediterranean, connected by a canal that allows ships to move through the city without the expensive and time-consuming process of unloading on one side and reloading on the other. He describes the Canopic Way, the main street running straight through the city from east to west, lined with marble facades and wide enough for two large wagons to pass each other without difficulty. He describes the lighthouse at Pharos, sitting on its island at the harbour mouth and standing somewhere between 100 and 135 metres tall, making it the tallest structure in the Mediterranean world after the Great Pyramid, which the Alexandrians treat with a practical affection reserved for something enormously useful that you have simply stopped being amazed by. The Red Sea trade network that runs through the city brings goods from India, the Arabian Peninsula, and the trading ports of East Africa up to the port of Berenice on Egypt's eastern coast, then overland by camel caravan to the Nile, then downstream by boat to Alexandria. These goods include spices, silk, incense, dyes, ivory, pearls, and hardwoods that do not grow anywhere in the Mediterranean basin. Each transaction is taxed at multiple points. The revenue funds the palace, the library, the scholarly stipends, the military, the grain reserves, and the considerable diplomatic expenses of a kingdom that spends a great deal of money on keeping Rome friendly and interested, without allowing Rome to become comfortable enough to stop being impressed. Cleopatra inherits this system at 18. The library complex itself, which is separate from the Mausion but adjacent to it, is the largest collection of written material anywhere in the ancient world. Estimates of its holdings vary considerably, depending on the source and the enthusiasm of the person making the estimate, but the commonly cited figure of 400,000 to 700,000 papyrus scrolls gives some sense of the scale. To understand what that means practically, consider that a single literary work of any substantial length might occupy several scrolls, and that a serious scholarly collection in an individual household might run to a few hundred. The library holds the collected intellectual output of the Greek, Egyptian, Persian, Babylonian, Hebrew and Indian scholarly traditions, gathered over generations by a royal administration that purchased collections, copied manuscripts, and reportedly confiscated books from ships arriving in the harbour and returned copies rather than the originals. This is not a modest library. It is a statement about what Alexandria considers itself to be, namely the intellectual centre of the known world, a position it has occupied without serious competition for 200 years. Cleopatra inherits this institution along with the grain surplus, and the harbour revenue and the debt to Rome, and she understands all of them as assets of the same kind, elements of Egypt's capacity to project authority in a world that respects capacity. She also inherits its debts, its dependencies, its internal tensions, and the fundamental condition that a kingdom this wealthy, sitting at the corner of 3 continents, is perpetually attractive to powers larger than itself. She does not have the luxury of governing a quiet kingdom. She is governing a prize, and she knows it with the precise clarity of someone who's been reading the administrative reports for years and understands exactly how the arithmetic works. The Museion in Alexandria is not a building you can visit today. It has been gone for nearly 2,000 years, absorbed into the various destructions and neglects that eventually overtook the great institutions of ancient Alexandria. But in Cleopatra's time it is a living place, a complex of lecture halls, covered walkways, and a common dining room attached to the western end of the library complex, funded by the royal administration since the first Ptolemy, and maintained as one of the genuine wonders of the ancient intellectual world. The scholars who work there receive stipends, housing, and their meals from the royal treasury. They are expected to research, to write, and to make themselves available to the royal household for educational purposes, which is an arrangement that benefits both parties and which no one involved appears to have complained about seriously. Cleopatra has access to this environment from childhood. Her education encompasses philosophy, mathematics, natural history, astronomy, and rhetoric in the Greek tradition, which means learning to construct an argument from multiple angles and to understand how an audience receives information differently depending on how it is presented, which is the kind of skill that sounds theoretical and turns out to be intensely practical. She studies the calendar systems of the various cultures Egypt trades with, because different calendar systems are not merely intellectual curiosities, but practical navigational tools when you are scheduling grain shipments, religious festivals, and tribute payments that cross multiple cultural zones simultaneously. She studies pharmacology and what the ancient world understood as medicine, the intersection of plant knowledge, chemistry, and the applied logic of what substances do to bodies. Later sources attribute several written works to her in these areas, and while attributions from the ancient world should always be treated with some caution, the consistency across multiple independent sources suggests something genuine is behind the claim. The 9 languages are the quality most surviving sources single out as remarkable. Greek she speaks as her native language, the language of her interior thought, and her administrative correspondence and her conversations with the scholars of the Museion. Egyptian she learns as a deliberate choice, and the weight of that choice deserves a moment of full attention. In 250 years of Ptolemaic rule, not one of her ancestors has learned the language of the people they govern. The priests of the Egyptian temples, who control vast agricultural territories, who administer enormous religious budgets derived from dedicated temple lands across the country, and who hold the genuine allegiance of the Egyptian population in ways that the Alexandrian administration can observe but not directly access, have been operating their own affairs in the knowledge that the royal court will never quite understand what they are discussing. When Cleopatra speaks to an Egyptian priest in Egyptian, she changes this arrangement in a way that cannot be overstated. She's not simply demonstrating a linguistic skill. She's making a claim about who she is and what kind of queen she intends to be. She is saying that she's not a Greek monarch who happens to occupy the Egyptian throne by historical accident. She is saying that she is a pharaoh of Egypt, in the old sense, and that she means to govern accordingly. The priesthood appears to find this persuasive. The cooperation between the royal administration and the temple complexes during her reign is documented in the normal administrative records that survive from this period. Sacred animals are installed under royal patronage. Temple building projects continue with royal funding. The priests in the palace operate as a functional unit in ways that the administrative evidence suggests were not always achieved by her predecessors. Her positioning as the goddess Isis is the fullest expression of this alignment. The temple at Dendera, the great sanctuary of the goddess Hathor located roughly 60 kilometers north of Luxor, bears reliefs on its exterior walls completed during her reign. The walls show her in the formal Egyptian artistic convention for a pharaoh. She is tall, her posture exactly correct, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, holding the ritual objects in the prescribed manner with the confidence of someone who has studied the requirement carefully and is performing it with full intent rather than approximating the gesture from a polite distance. The hieroglyphic inscriptions alongside her image identify her as the daughter of Ra, the female Horus, and the beloved of Isis. These are not honorary titles. They are the working titles of a pharaoh engaged in the religious obligations of the office. Isis, in the Egyptian religious tradition, is not a minor deity. She is the principle of divine order reconstituted after disruption. She is the protector of the royal family, the mother of Horus, who is the divine model of the living king, and the goddess of practical knowledge, which in Egyptian terms means the ability to make things work in the world as they should rather than as they have fallen. When Cleopatra presents herself as Isis, she's claiming a form of authority that operates on a different register than the Greek concept of royal power. She's not a monarch ruling by virtue of descent and military force. She's the divine principle of Egyptian order, made temporarily present in human form, which is a considerably larger claim, and one the Egyptian population is historically and culturally prepared to receive seriously. For Romans observing from a distance, this kind of self-presentation is baffling at best and alarming at worst. The Roman tradition does not have a good category for a female ruler who is simultaneously a political monarch, a living goddess, and a capable administrator of an agricultural empire. The Roman tradition does have a category for dangerous foreign women, and it tends to put everything that does not fit elsewhere into that category. Her coins do not support the Roman reading. The coins minted during her reign show her in profile, wearing the diadem of a Hellenistic queen, with the features of a woman who looks as though she is thinking about something important and has agreed to hold still for the portrait on the understanding that it will not take long. She has a prominent nose, a strong jaw, and the general expression of a person in the middle of a complex calculation who is not particularly interested in being decorative. She looks like a ruler. They are probably the most accurate image of her that survives. She also speaks Latin, Hebrew, Aramaic, Parthian, Ethiopian, and the languages of at least 2 of the Arabian and African trading territories. Each language is a room she can enter that most diplomats cannot. Each one gives her access to a version of a conversation that people stop having when they remember an interpreter is present. She is the interpreter, which means she is always in the room and she is always taking note. The practical applications of this range are not abstract. When an Ethiopian delegation arrives to renegotiate trade terms for the ivory and hardwood routes coming through the southern ports, Cleopatra conducts the initial conversation herself, without an intermediary, and the delegation's ambassador is visibly startled by this. He is speaking to a woman who knows his language, which means she also knows the specific vocabulary his own merchants use among themselves when they think no one who matters is listening. When a Parthian envoy comes to discuss the eastern frontier arrangements that Antony has been complicating, she speaks to him in Parthian, and the conversation that follows takes on a different character than it would have through a translator. because speaking someone's language is an act of respect that most rulers do not bother with, and it opens doors that formal diplomatic exchange keeps shut. When the Jewish community in Alexandria, one of the largest in the ancient world, sends representatives to petition about their legal status, she speaks to them in Aramaic, and they leave the meeting with the impression, which the administrative record suggests is not inaccurate, that she actually listened. This is the quality that Plutarch is gesturing toward when he describes her voice as many-stringed. He means that she can play the instrument differently depending on who is in the room. When Cleopatra is approximately 12 or 13 years old, her father leaves Egypt for Rome. He goes because the Roman Senate has been declining to formally recognise his rule for years, accepting his payments and maintaining a warm diplomatic ambiguity about whether Egypt under Ptolemy XII is a properly legitimate client kingdom or simply a wealthy territory that has not yet been absorbed. This ambiguity is expensive to maintain. Ptolemy borrows heavily to fund the payments and gifts and hospitality that Roman recognition requires, borrowing from the financier Rabirius Posthumus and from the general Crassus, securing those loans against Egyptian revenue, which means Roman financial interests become directly entangled with Egyptian agricultural productivity in a way that makes formal independence increasingly difficult to imagine clearly. He's gone for 3 years. While he is absent, Berenice IV takes the throne with the calm determination of a person who has decided the waiting period is over and acts accordingly. She rules for 3 years. When Ptolemy returns with Roman soldiers at his back and the weight of his expensive alliance secured, Berenice is removed and executed, and Cleopatra, who is approximately 15, watches the sequence from close enough to understand precisely what it means. Her father rules for a few more years, increasingly unwell, increasingly reliant on the ministers and financial arrangements that keep the Ptolemaic administration functioning despite its debt. When he dies in 51 BCE, Cleopatra and her younger brother Ptolemy XIII are named joint rulers. Ptolemy XIII is approximately 10 years old. The standard Ptolemaic expectation in a joint rule between an older sister and a younger brother is that the older sibling governs, and the younger one provides a male name on the documents for the comfort of any audience that finds a male name reassuring. Ptolemy XIII's 3 advisors have a different expectation. Pothinus is the palace administrator, a man of considerable political skill and very definite views about who should be running things. Achillas commands the army, which gives any views he holds a practical weight that views without an army behind them do not possess. Theodotus is the royal tutor, which sounds modest, and is not. Between the 3 of them, they manage the young king's access to information, shape his understanding of events, and eventually arrange for Cleopatra to be driven from Alexandria. She retreats to the eastern border region around Pelusium. Pelusium is not a pleasant place for an extended stay. It is sandy and hot and exposed to the east wind off the Sinai in a way that makes everything taste faintly of dust, and it is also the traditional eastern gateway into Egypt, the point through which any army approaching from Syria or Palestine must pass, which means it is strategically significant in ways that are about to matter considerably. She does not sit in the dust and wait. She begins assembling forces from whatever she can recruit in the border region, and from across the frontier into Syria. She is 21 years old, in exile, raising an army, managing supplies, keeping her coalition together through the force of her own authority and the credibility of her future promises. The army she assembles is not enormous. She does not have access to Egypt's main military resources, which remain under Achillas' command in Alexandria. What she has is the loyalty of those soldiers willing to follow her specifically, the support of the Syrian border communities who prefer her administration to her brother's, and the kind of strategic clarity that comes from having nothing to work with except your own judgment. She's also watching Rome. The civil war between Caesar and Pompey is the defining event of the Mediterranean world at this moment, and whoever emerges from it will want something from Egypt. She needs to be in position to deal with that person when the moment comes. Being on the Syrian border with an army, even a modest one, positions her differently than being in exile somewhere without one. It means she cannot simply be ignored. It means that any resolution of the Egyptian dynastic situation will have to account for her. This is not a comfortable position. It is, however, a position from which things can happen. Then, events in Rome produce an unexpected change in the local weather. Pompey the Great, who has been one of the dominant military figures of Rome for decades and who is currently fighting Julius Caesar for control of the Roman political world, loses the Battle of Pharsalus on the 9th of August in 48 BCE. He loses comprehensively. He sails east looking for refuge, because Egypt has traditionally been a Roman ally and he has reason to expect a welcome. Ptolemy XIII's 3 advisors hold a brief conference. They determine that backing the loser in a Roman civil war is a poor political investment, and that backing the loser with sufficient enthusiasm to make Caesar unhappy upon his arrival is an even poorer one. Pompey is killed as he steps from the small boat that has brought him to shore. His head is preserved and presented to Caesar when Caesar arrives in Alexandria 3 days later. Caesar, who is a Roman general of the old school, and who has spent his career fighting enemies he considered worthy of honourable treatment, is not pleased by this gift. He is reported to have wept, which the ancient sources debate as genuine grief versus calculated political theatre, which tells you something about Caesar, namely that with him, these two possibilities are not mutually exclusive. He installs himself in the palace complex with a small force, sends formal notice to both co-rulers, and waits. Ptolemy XIII arrives in state, with his advisors close behind. Cleopatra is still outside Alexandria. Her brother's forces control the city gates, and arriving through the front entrance with a claim to a throne you have just been expelled from is not the kind of entrance that tends to end well. What she arranges instead is a crossing of the harbour in a small boat in the dark, and an entry into the palace wrapped in some form of textile. The ancient sources do not agree on whether it is a carpet, a linen sack, or something else, and the disagreement has occupied historians for longer than the logistics probably deserve. What every source agrees on is that when the textile is opened in Caesar's chambers, Cleopatra is inside. Whatever Caesar expects from this moment, it is probably not this. Whatever Cleopatra expects, it is not primarily romance. She needs Caesar's support to be restored to the throne, and Caesar is the only person within geographic reach who has both the authority and the military capacity to make that happen. The relationship that develops between them, whatever its personal dimensions, begins as a practical arrangement between two people who need something from each other and are both intelligent enough to understand that clearly. The following months are not calm. Ptolemy XIII's forces lay siege to the palace complex. Caesar, working with a small force, burns the ships in the harbour to prevent them being used against him, and this fire spreads further than intended, damaging a warehouse district that may have contained books from the library collection. The harbour fighting is close and confined and lasts long enough that Caesar at one point has to swim for his life from a capsizing vessel, reportedly holding his notes above the waterline, because Caesar has very strong feelings about his documentation surviving circumstances that he himself might not. Eventually Roman reinforcements arrive from the east. Ptolemy XIII attempts to flee across the Nile and drowns. Caesar restores Cleopatra to the throne. She's paired now with her youngest brother, Ptolemy XIV, who is approximately 11 years old and has the considerable virtue from a governing standpoint of not yet having formed his own faction. Not long afterward, at Thebes in Upper Egypt, a ceremony is conducted to install a new Bushis bull. The Bushis bull was a sacred animal, associated with the war god Montu and the institution of divine kingship, and the installation of a new one was a royal act, performed under pharaonic authority. The ceremony places Cleopatra in the role of the pharaoh fulfilling a fundamental religious obligation. She is back, and she intends to govern from the full depth of the position, not the surface of it. Caesar stays in Egypt for several months. He and Cleopatra travel the Nile together with a flotilla of decorated vessels, moving upstream through the Egyptian countryside in the weeks after the political situation in Alexandria has been resolved. Ancient sources describe this journey with the word leisurely, which is technically accurate and also somewhat misleading. The Queen of Egypt and the most powerful Roman general alive, travelling together through the heartland of the kingdom and visible to every province along the way, are sending a message that does not require a courier. The message is that the situation has been settled, that Cleopatra is the queen, that she has Rome behind her, and that if anyone has been entertaining ideas about exploiting the recent instability, those ideas should be retired immediately and quietly. Caesar leaves Egypt around the middle of 47 BCE, pulled back toward the rest of a Roman world that has not stopped requiring his attention, simply because he has been in Alexandria. He leaves Cleopatra 3 legions for her security, which is a practical expression of support, and also a reminder to her brother's remaining advisors about the current balance of military force. He also, it is generally understood, leaves her pregnant. Caesarion is born in late June of 47 BCE. He is officially named Ptolemy Caesar, but the Alexandrians call him Caesarion, Little Caesar, a nickname that is endearing and also politically enormous, and that will become more dangerous to everyone involved as the years accumulate. In 46 BCE, Cleopatra travels to Rome with Caesarion, and the court retinue that a state visit requires. Caesar installs her in his private villa across the Tiber. Rome reacts to this arrangement with the full range of responses available to it, running from genuine curiosity to open hostility, with a great deal of uncomfortable fascination in between. Cicero, the great orator and statesman, visits the villa on a matter unrelated to Cleopatra, and comes away in a state of tightly managed irritation. His letters from this period mention her, with the precise displeasure of a man who has very strong views about what appropriate diplomatic relations with foreign royalty should look like, and who apparently discovers, to his considerable annoyance, that she has arranged for certain books from the Alexandrian library collection to be offered to him without first checking whether he wanted them. The books may or may not have arrived. Cicero's feelings about this unrequested literary generosity are documented in some detail. They are not positive. Caesar is assassinated on the 15th of March in 44 BCE. Cleopatra is still in Rome. She returns to Alexandria without delay. Within weeks, Ptolemy XIV dies. The ancient sources approach the cause of his death with the careful vagueness people use when they believe they know what happened, and have decided it is more prudent to describe the timing than the mechanism. Caesarion becomes her co-ruler. He's 3 years old. This is administratively very convenient. A 3-year-old co-ruler makes no policy demands, holds no factional loyalties, generates no rival networks, and requires management only in the nursery. She governs alone in practice while maintaining the traditional Ptolemaic form of joint rule in the official record. The years between Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE and her meeting with Antony in 41 BCE are not heavily documented in the ancient literary sources, which tend to organise their accounts of her life around the 2 great Roman figures and treat the intervals between them as something to move through quickly. This creates a misleading impression. She's running a large and complex kingdom through difficult circumstances. The Nile floods are irregular in the late 40s BCE, which means famine management and emergency food distribution, which means drawing down grain reserves, adjusting tax rates in flood-affected and drought-affected regions, and coordinating with the temple complexes about shared relief. She is also managing Egypt's international position through a period when Rome is in the middle of the complex and violent rearrangement that follows Caesar's death. The triumvirate of Antony, Octavian and Lepidus that forms after the assassination is a provisional arrangement among men who do not trust each other fully, and who are all watching to see which of them emerges with the largest share of what was Caesar's. Egypt needs to maintain workable relations with whoever that turns out to be, without committing so firmly to any one faction that the commitment becomes a liability when the balance shifts. When Antony summons her to Tarsus in 41 BCE, ostensibly to discuss Egypt's conduct during the civil wars, she takes her time in responding. She makes him wait long enough to make it clear that she is arriving because she has decided to arrive, not because she was summoned. She arrives when she is ready, on her own terms, in the way she's chosen. The barge is large and elaborately decorated with purple sails and silver oars, and the particular extravagance of incense smoke rising from golden dishes across the deck and drifting toward the shore on the wind. Plutarch, who records this arrival in detail that suggests genuine appreciation for the spectacle, describes the effect on the city of Tarsus as immediate and complete. Everyone leaves, the market empties, the docks clear. The crowd gathered in the public square to observe the official meeting between the Egyptian queen and the Roman triumvir simply turns and walks down to the harbour to watch the barge instead. Antony is left sitting in his official seat in a square that has become, in the space of roughly 20 minutes, essentially vacant. He receives her on her barge, in the end, on her terms, in her space, with her people around her. This is not the beginning of a romantic interlude. This is a negotiation between two principals who both need something from the other, and are determining, in the way that powerful people determine these things, who holds the stronger position. The position she holds is stronger than Antony expected. He has summoned a queen who he assumed would arrive with the anxious deference of a client state seeking favour from Rome. She has arrived as a monarch conducting a state meeting on terms she has chosen, in a setting she has designed, wearing the imagery of a goddess whose authority predates Rome by 3,000 years. It is not lost on either of them. Antony is a capable general and a genuinely charming man, and he is also a person who responds to a strong performance with the kind of appreciation that cannot quite be concealed. He is captivated. She is strategic. The two things are not mutually exclusive. The alliance that follows lasts for 10 years. They have 3 children together, the twins Cleopatra Selene and Alexander Helios, born in 40 BCE, and a younger son, Ptolemy Philadelphus, born a few years later. The relationship serves both of them strategically. Antony gets Egypt's treasury, Egypt's grain, and a stable eastern base from which to manage the Parthian frontier. Cleopatra gets Roman military support, a degree of security against the various eastern powers that might otherwise find Egypt's considerable resources attractive, and a Roman partner willing to engage with the larger ambitions she has been developing since her return from exile. The donations of Alexandria in 34 BCE is the fullest public expression of those ambitions. Antony convenes a ceremony in Alexandria in which he distributes territories to Cleopatra and her children on behalf of Roman authority. Cleopatra is proclaimed Queen of Kings. Caesarion is declared the legitimate son of Julius Caesar and named co-king alongside her, a declaration that is simultaneously a dynastic claim and a direct challenge to Octavian, who has built his entire political identity on being Caesar's adopted son and sole heir. There is now, technically speaking, an alternative Caesar, one who is older than Octavian, one who is biologically connected to the original. Octavian takes note of this with the quiet intensity of a man who knows exactly what he is going to do about it, and is simply waiting for the correct moment to begin. Octavian, who will later style himself Augustus, and rule as the first Roman emperor for 44 years, is one of the more effective political operators in the ancient record. He's not a great general in the intuitive physical sense that Caesar was, or the experienced and adaptable sense that Antony is. He is a great manager of narrative, which in the long run proves considerably more durable than either of those other qualities. He understands with the cold and patient intelligence that defines his career that the most dangerous thing Antony and Cleopatra represent is not military force. It is an alternative vision of what Rome could be. A Rome reoriented toward the east, connected to the ancient and wealthy cultures of Egypt and the Hellenistic world, led by figures who combine Roman military authority with the ceremonial and divine traditions of Eastern kingship, is not obviously less appealing than the Rome of the old Republican tradition. There are Romans who find this alternative genuinely interesting. There are soldiers who have served in the East long enough that Eastern customs feel familiar rather than foreign. There are commercial interests deeply embedded in Eastern trade networks, who might reasonably prefer management friendly to those interests. Octavian cannot allow these people to seriously consider the alternative. He begins building his case with the methodical patience of a man who has a clear destination and is not in any particular hurry, because patience is one of his most formidable qualities. He does not declare war on Mark Antony. Antony is a Roman citizen, a Roman general, a man with deep loyalty networks running through the Roman military. A war against Antony is a civil war, which is messy in its implications and uncertain in its effect on public opinion. He declares war on Cleopatra. This is a precise and deliberate choice. Cleopatra is foreign. She does not have Roman citizenship. She does not have the protections of Roman law. In the framework Octavian builds carefully over years, she is not a capable ruler who's been governing a major kingdom for 2 decades. She is the source of Antony's failure to remain properly Roman. Antony has not chosen the East over Rome because he has his own views about how the Roman world should be organised. He has chosen the East because Cleopatra has drawn him there and has kept him there, and has used the particular influence women of the East are assumed to exercise over men who are not sufficiently guarded against it. This framing is useful for Octavian because it lets him fight Antony without appearing to fight him. It is also useful because it taps into a very deep well of Roman cultural anxiety. Rome in the late Republic has a genuine and pervasive unease about powerful women, rooted in the tension between the informal influence that aristocratic Roman women genuinely exercise and the official ideology that insists they should not hold authority. The anxiety about Eastern women specifically is more pronounced still. Eastern queens command soldiers. Eastern queens make political decisions that affect Roman citizens. Eastern queens hold authority over Roman men in ways that the Roman political imagination categorizes as an inversion of the natural and correct order of things. Cleopatra is a living challenge to every element of this arrangement, and she has been doing it successfully in full view of the Roman world for 20 years. Octavian's poets oblige him with enthusiasm. Horace writes about the foreign queen with the tight anxiety of someone who finds the subject personally threatening, rather than merely politically inconvenient. His language is not the language of political analysis, it is the language of someone who has been frightened. Propertius writes about a Roman general who has abandoned his ancestral gods in favour of the gods of Alexandria with the specific alarm of someone worried this is something that could spread. The consistent message across the Latin poetry of this period is that what is happening in the East is an inversion of proper Roman order, and that the source of the inversion is a woman. There is a particular Roman phrase that circulates during this period, used in speeches and in private letters and in the poetry, a phrase about the threat of a woman ruling Rome from the East. The phrase is meant to horrify. It is also an inadvertent acknowledgement that this is exactly what the situation looks like from a certain angle, and that the angle is not entirely unreasonable. Octavian understands that the best propaganda is propaganda that addresses a fear that already exists, rather than trying to create a fear that does not. Roman citizens are already anxious about Eastern influence. Roman citizens are already uncomfortable with the concentration of power in individual hands that the late Republic has produced. Roman citizens already have a template for thinking about female authority as dangerous, constructed over generations of stories about queens and sorceresses who bring ruin to men who should have known better. Octavian does not invent any of these anxieties. He simply points them at Cleopatra with precision, frames every piece of evidence in their terms, and lets the existing cultural machinery do the rest of the work. Antony's will is read publicly in Rome, obtained by Octavian from the Vestal virgins who hold it in safe keeping. The will reportedly contains instructions that Antony be buried in Alexandria rather than Rome. For a Roman citizen, Preferring to be buried outside of Rome is read as a betrayal of Roman identity that is almost as serious as taking up arms against the state. Cassius Dio, writing long after these events but drawing on sources from this period, characterizes Cleopatra in ways that reveal how successfully Octavian's framing embedded itself in the subsequent historical tradition. He describes her as possessing an irresistible personal presence, while framing this presence as a tactical deployment, an application of personal qualities in service of manipulation rather than a reflection of genuine intelligence and capability. The idea that a woman's effectiveness is primarily a form of deception is very old and very convenient for people who need to explain why capable men found her persuasive without crediting the intelligence that made her persuasive. The historical record that is not filtered through Roman propaganda tells a different story. The coins show a serious ruler. The administrative papyri show a queen engaged with the practical details of governance. The temple reliefs at Dendera show a monarch conducting the full range of pharaonic religious obligations, with evident knowledge of what those obligations require. None of these sources suggest that Cleopatra is primarily occupied with seduction. They suggest that she is primarily occupied with governing a large and complex kingdom, while managing an alliance with a man who is losing his grip on the Roman political situation faster than she can help him stabilize it. Because Antony, it must be said, is not making Octavian's project especially difficult. His major military campaign against Parthia in 36 BCE fails significantly. His management of his Roman political relationships has been inconsistent throughout. His association with Cleopatra gives Octavian exactly the imagery and narrative material he needs. The Senate votes to strip Antony of his powers. War is declared on Cleopatra. The military conflict is very nearly a formality by the time it begins. The real war has already been fought in the poetry circulated at dinner parties, in the speeches delivered in the public squares of Rome, in the outrage carefully cultivated and directed at a woman who is not present to respond to any of it. The Battle of Actium takes place on the 2nd of September, 31 BCE, at the entrance to the Ambracian Gulf on the western coast of Greece. To understand what happens there, it is useful to know what has already happened in the months before the battle begins. Octavian's Admiral Marcus Agrippa is one of the most effective naval commanders of the ancient world, and he does not win through dramatic engagement. He wins through preparation, through cutting supply lines, through capturing coastal depots, through positioning his forces in ways that gradually reduce the enemy's options, until fighting feels like the best of a set of increasingly poor choices. He has spent the spring and summer of 31 BCE doing exactly this. By late August, Antony's fleet is anchored in the Ambracian Gulf in a strategic situation that is considerably worse than it was when they arrived. Diseases move through his forces with the patience of something that does not have to choose sides. Desertion has removed officers whose experience cannot be quickly replaced. Supply lines are compromised. His commanders are debating strategy with the urgency of people who can see the calendar running out. Cleopatra's position, consistently through these debates, is for a naval breakout. She has 60 ships, fast-sailing vessels of the type used in the Egyptian commercial fleet, and she has the war, treasury aboard them. Whatever happens in the battle, the treasury needs to reach Egypt. The battle begins in the late morning of the 2nd of September. The opposing fleets engage at the mouth of the Gulf. Antony's heavier ships attempt to use their size advantage in close engagement. Agrippa's lighter and more manoeuvrable fleet works the flanks with the patience of someone who understands that patience is as valid a tactical instrument as aggression. In the early afternoon, Cleopatra's squadron makes its move. Her 60 ships turn south, catch the wind, and sail for the open sea. The ancient sources are immediately prepared with an explanation. They call it flight. They say her courage failed at the critical moment. They say she abandoned Antony. Modern historians have noted that her ships carry the treasury, and that treasury vessels sometimes operate under standing orders to withdraw and preserve the kingdom's financial resources regardless of how the battle proceeds. They have also noted that Antony's fleet was already losing when the withdrawal happened, and that following her with 60 ships did not salvage a winning position. It preserved something. What it preserved was Cleopatra, and the treasury, and the possibility of a next move. Antony follows her. He boards a smaller vessel, catches up with her squadron, and abandons his fleet in the middle of a battle that has not yet been formally lost. His fleet fights on for several hours more. It eventually surrenders. His land forces hold out for a week before surrendering when the situation becomes unmistakable. The retreat to Egypt gives them a short window, and Cleopatra uses it with the persistence of someone who has not finished thinking. She orders ships dragged overland from the Nile Delta to the Red Sea coast, a physically enormous undertaking that indicates she is seriously considering sailing east with the treasury and continuing resistance from outside Octavian's immediate reach. Local Arab forces allied with Octavian burn the ships before they can be launched. That avenue closes. Antony is in a different condition. He is reported to have spent days sitting alone in the outer harbour of Alexandria in a state of extended grief and self-imposed solitude, calling himself Timon after the Athenian misanthrope, sitting in the harbour, not particularly useful to anyone including himself. He is a man of great ability in a situation that has moved beyond the point where his abilities are what the moment requires. Octavian moves toward Egypt through the summer of 30 BCE. He moves at a pace that allows time for negotiations, conducted through intermediaries in the careful arm's-length manner of parties who cannot safely share a room. Cleopatra appears to be negotiating for her children's futures, and possibly for some form of continued role in Egyptian governance. What Octavian offers, and what he actually intends, are not the same, which is generally the case with Octavian, who makes assurances with the flexibility of someone who considers them provisional until circumstances require otherwise. He needs her to remain calm and in Alexandria while his forces close in. She needs enough information to know what is actually being offered. The information that accumulates, slowly and indirectly, makes it clear that Octavian intends to display her in his triumph in Rome, the formal public parade in which defeated enemies and captured monarchs are marched through the streets of the city before an enormous crowd. She knows exactly what this means. She has seen the accounts of what happened to Vercingetorix, the Gallic king, after Caesar's Gallic triumph. She understands the visual language of Roman triumph with considerable precision. She is not willing to be part of that display. Antony dies on the 12th of August, 30 BCE. He receives false information that Cleopatra is already dead. He attempts to fall on his sword in the correct Roman manner, which requires a steadiness of hand that his current state does not quite provide. He is brought to her wounded and dies in her presence. She survives him by 12 days. She's 39 years old. The manner of her death is one of the most famous uncertainties in ancient history. Plutarch, who is the most detailed surviving source on this subject and who is generally a careful and honest historian, describes a basket of figs delivered to her room and a small serpent, an asp, discovered or concealed within the figs. He immediately notes that this is what some people say. He also notes that there are those who believe she used a refined poison hidden in a hairpin or a comb, having studied pharmacology carefully enough to know exactly which substance to use and in exactly what quantity. He does not commit to either version. He is careful enough with the evidence to acknowledge when the evidence does not support a confident conclusion. The asp is the version history remembers because a serpent carries better imagery than a comb, and because the asp is sacred to the goddess Isis, and because the idea of Cleopatra choosing her own divine symbol as her instrument of exit has a neatness that later storytellers find irresistible. She is buried with Antony by her own request. Octavian grants this particular wish. He executes Caesarion, who is 17. One of Octavian's own advisors reportedly settles any debate about whether Caesarion might be useful alive with the observation that there can be only one Caesar, and that having a second one available creates problems the first one is not willing to maintain. The 3 children Cleopatra shares with Antony are brought to Rome. They walk in Octavian's triumph, in chains, behind a golden effigy of their mother. Octavia, Antony's former Roman wife, takes the children into her household afterward. Cleopatra Selene, the twin daughter, is eventually given in marriage to Juba II, the Romanized king of Mauritania in what is now Morocco and northwestern Algeria. She rules there with her husband for decades. She names a city Caesarea. She mints coins that reference her Ptolemaic royal heritage. She does not appear to have lost track of who she was and where she came from, even in the Roman West, even 30 years after the fall of Alexandria. Egypt becomes a Roman province, but not in the way most provinces are managed. Augustus treats Egypt with a degree of personal imperial control he applies nowhere else. Senators are forbidden from visiting without explicit imperial permission. The province is governed not by the Senate, but by a personal representative of the emperor, answerable only to Augustus himself. The grain supply flows to Rome directly under imperial management. A territory you are not worried about does not require this level of management. Augustus understood, because Cleopatra spent 21 years demonstrating it to him, that Egypt is not simply a conquered territory. It is the grain supply, the treasury, the trade hub, and the symbolic centre of an alternative claim to how the Mediterranean world could be organised, and it requires attentive management even in apparent peace. What happens to Cleopatra's reputation in the centuries after her death is slower and in some ways more thorough than the military defeat. The Romans write the history of their own victory, and in that history she becomes something smaller and more manageable than the actual record supports. She becomes the Eastern enchantress whose power over Roman men came from her personal qualities, rather than her political intelligence, her administrative skill, or her 21-year record of governing one of the most complex kingdoms of the ancient world. Her multilingualism is occasionally noted and rarely analysed. Her governance is not mentioned. Her positioning as Isis is treated as theatre rather than strategy. Her pharmacological and medical knowledge is quietly set aside. What remains is a woman defined almost entirely by her relationships with two Roman men, which is a very convenient reduction for a tradition that needs to explain why two of its most capable generals made the choices they made without crediting the person who influenced those choices with the intelligence that made her influential. The Renaissance inherits the Roman version and embroiders it with considerable enthusiasm. Shakespeare's Cleopatra is genuinely magnificent as a character, a figure of enormous emotional power and linguistic brilliance. But she's also the creation of a playwright working from Plutarch through a Latin filter centuries after the fact. Hollywood adds spectacle and production value, and, broadly speaking, the approach of someone who has heard the story described once, and considers that sufficient preparation. The Cleopatra that most people carry in their minds is the accumulation of these layers, stacked over the actual woman like geological strata over a site nobody has fully committed to excavating. The actual woman is still there, in fragments. She's on the coins, with the profile of a ruler thinking about something important. She's in the administrative papyri, in the handwriting of a queen who reads her own grain petitions and writes her own decisions on them. She's at Dendra, in the formal posture of a pharaoh performing the correct ritual gestures with the practiced confidence of someone who took the obligations of the office seriously. She's in Plutarch's observation that her voice sounded like a many-stringed instrument, which, read without the Roman propaganda overlay, sounds less like a description of seduction and considerably more like a description of someone who has spent her entire life learning to make language do exactly what she needs it to do. She's in the records of the Boucher's Bull installation at Thebes, in the 33rd year of the Ptolemaic calendar, where a queen recently returned from exile performs the religious ceremony of a pharaoh who intends to govern for a long time. She's in the Greek Genestoi on a dusty administrative papyrus in 33 BCE, the handwriting of a woman who has read the petition and made the decision and is moving on to the next thing. She's in the exceptional care with which Augustus manages her former kingdom, which is the clearest possible statement of what she represented, expressed by the man who defeated her and who never quite stopped treating the country she governed as something requiring his personal attention. The fragments are enough, if you look at them rather than at the layers above them. She governed Egypt for 21 years. She managed the most productive agricultural territory in the ancient world through 2 Roman civil wars, an exile, a palace siege, difficult Nile flood cycles, and a propaganda campaign of unusual sophistication. She did this while raising 4 children, maintaining functional alliances with 2 of the most powerful men of her era, building a form of royal and divine authority that no previous member of her dynasty had attempted to construct, and running an administration that, by the evidence of its own surviving records, functioned with real effectiveness. She governed from a palace in a city she knew as well as she knew her own languages, and she governed it with the full range of tools available to her, the military, the economic, the diplomatic, the religious, and the rhetorical, deploying each one in the measure that the situation required. She was not, in the end, governing a legend. She was governing a country. The legend came afterward, assembled by the people who needed her to be something other than what she was. The Romans beat her, eventually, but they feared her while she lived, and they feared what she represented long enough after her death to maintain exceptional control of her kingdom for the length of the imperial period. That fear is its own kind of tribute, quiet and persistent and preserved in every poem that calls her a monster, and every speech that frames her as an existential threat to the correct order of things. It is also preserved in the record of Augustus personally appointing each successive governor of Egypt for the entire duration of his reign, because some things you simply do not delegate. The fear outlasted her by decades. That is not nothing. You can put all of this down now. The harbour at Alexandria is a long way from here, and the night is very quiet. And whatever she built and whatever she lost and whatever the following centuries chose to do with her memory, the woman who wrote Ginestoi on a grain petition in 33 BCE was entirely real, entirely capable, and considerably more interesting than the story that replaced her. Sleep well, history lovers, and if anyone asks what you dreamed about tonight, tell them it was grain shipments and the lighthouse at Pharos, because both of those things were considerably more powerful than they looked. You know how some days start perfectly ordinary and then take a left turn into absolutely bonkers? Well, Tuesday morning began with me standing in my kitchen, coffee mug in hand, staring at the antique brass compass I'd inherited from Great-Aunt Moira. The thing had been gathering dust on my windowsill for months, but something about the way the morning light caught its worn engravings made me pick it up. The compass felt surprisingly warm in my palm, almost like it had been sitting in sunshine all morning instead of shadow. I traced the Celtic knots carved around its rim with my finger, wondering if Moira had actually used this thing, or if it was just another piece of Scottish family folklore collecting cobwebs. The needle spun lazily, pointing not north but to some direction that seemed to exist only in its own mysterious geography. That's when things got interesting in the way that makes you question your morning coffee choices. The world around me began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except my kitchen suddenly felt anything but warm. Colours bled at the edges of my vision, and that peculiar ringing you get in your ears during airplane takeoff filled my head. I had just enough time to think, well, this is either a stroke or something considerably more unusual, before everything went sideways. Time travel, as it turns out, feels remarkably like being tumbled in the world's largest washing machine, while someone plays a bagpipe orchestra directly into your skull. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely not something you'd want to experience right after breakfast. The sensation lasted either 3 seconds or 3 centuries, time being somewhat negotiable during interdimensional transit, apparently. When the world stopped spinning like a cosmic carnival ride, I found myself standing in what appeared to be a meadow that had never heard of lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, or any other modern conveniences. Tall grass swayed around my ankles, dotted with wildflowers that looked like they'd stepped straight out of a medieval illuminated manuscript. The air carried scents I couldn't quite place. Wood smoke, something cooking that might have been bread, and the earthy richness of a world where exhaust fumes hadn't been invented yet. The silence hit me first. Not the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighbourhoods at 2 in the morning, but the deep, breathing silence of a place where the loudest sound for miles might be a bird calling or wind moving through leaves. No traffic hum, no air conditioning units, no distant leaf blowers, just the world as it existed before we filled it with the constant background chorus of modern life. I looked down at the compass still clutched in my hand, its needle now pointed steadily in one direction, with the confidence of something that finally knew where it belonged. The brass felt cool again, ordinary, as if it had never been anything more than a family heirloom, with a tendency toward dramatic gestures. The landscape stretched around me in rolling green hills that seemed to go on forever, punctuated by stands of trees that looked older than anything I'd ever seen. In the distance, smoke rose from what might have been chimneys, though calling them chimneys might be generous. Stone structures dotted the hillsides, not ruins, but buildings that were clearly lived in, used, part of someone's daily life. My modern clothes felt suddenly conspicuous. Jeans and a fleece jacket probably weren't going to help me blend in wherever, or whenever, I'd landed. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water seeping through boots. I was no longer in Kansas, Toto, and I had a sneaking suspicion I wasn't in the 21st century either. A distant sound drifted across the meadow. Voices, maybe, and something that could have been livestock. Civilization, or at least what passed for it in whatever era I'd stumbled into. The compass needle held steady, pointing toward those distant wisps of smoke, as if it knew exactly where I needed to go. I took a deep breath of air that tasted like it had never met a factory, adjusted my grip on Great Aunt Moira's compass, and started walking toward whatever adventure awaited. After all, when you've accidentally time-travelled to what appeared to be medieval Scotland, standing around in a meadow questioning your life choices seemed less productive than finding out where you'd actually ended up. Besides, the coffee back home was getting cold anyway. Walking through medieval Scotland, I discovered, is like hiking through the world's most authentic historical reenactment, except nobody told you the rules, and there's no gift shop at the end. The path I followed, and I use the term path generously, for what was essentially a suggestion of where people might have walked repeatedly, wound through countryside that looked like every romantic Highland calendar you've ever seen, minus the modern photographers, and plus a concerning amount of what might charitably be called natural fertilizer. The compass led me toward a cluster of buildings that materialized from the landscape like something emerging from a dream. Stone cottages with thatched roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth, connected by what I gradually recognized as streets, in the same way that rivers are connected by riverbeds, more suggestion than engineering. Smoke curled from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the whole scene had that soft-focus quality you see in paintings, except it smelled considerably more authentic. As I got closer, the sounds of daily life began to filter through the morning air. Voices spoke in such thick accents that they might as well have been speaking Gaelic, which, I realised with growing concern, they probably were. The rhythm of hammering, the lowing of cattle, and other sounds indicated that people were going about their perfectly normal medieval morning routines, possibly from a smithy nearby. The first person I encountered was a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between two posts, singing something under her breath that sounded like a lullaby written by someone who understood both joy and sorrow intimately. She wore a long dress in a shade of brown that probably had a fancy, historical name like umber or russet, covered by an apron that had clearly seen heavy use. When she spotted me approaching, her song trailed off, and she straightened slowly, taking in my appearance with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was lost, dangerous, or merely peculiar. Given my jeans, sneakers, and fleece jacket, I was probably hitting all three categories simultaneously. The conversation that ensued would have been amusing if it hadn't been crucial to my immediate survival. She spoke in what I eventually recognised as English, but English that had taken such a scenic route through time and regional dialect that understanding it required the kind of mental gymnastics usually reserved for solving crossword puzzles in foreign languages. Through a combination of pointing, pantomiming, and the universal language of looking completely bewildered, I managed to communicate that I was a traveller from, well, far away seemed safer than 700 years in the future. She introduced herself as a les, which she pronounced in a way that made my attempts to repeat it sound like someone sneezing while trying to say Alice. Elias had the kind of practical kindness that comes from living in a world where hospitality might be the difference between life and death for travellers. She scrutinised me thoroughly, observing my clearly unfamiliar attire and apparent bewilderment, before making a seemingly decisive assessment of my overall innocence. Within minutes, I found myself sitting on a wooden stool in her cottage, which was simultaneously smaller and more complex than I'd expected. The single room served as kitchen, living room, bedroom, and probably several other functions I hadn't identified yet. A fire burned in a stone hearth that dominated one wall, filling the space with warmth and the kind of wood smoke that makes you think of winter evenings even in broad daylight. She ladled something from a pot hanging over the fire into a wooden bowl and handed it to me with the universal gesture of "eat this before you fall over." The stew, and I'm calling it stew because that seemed like the closest modern equivalent, contained ingredients I couldn't entirely identify, but which tasted like someone had managed to make comfort food out of whatever was available in a world before grocery stores. As I ate, Elias continued talking in her musical, incomprehensible dialect, occasionally gesturing at my clothes or the compass I still carried. I nodded at what seemed like appropriate intervals and tried to look grateful rather than completely lost, which wasn't difficult since I was in fact deeply thankful and completely lost. The stew was surprisingly delicious, warming me deeply and easing the residual disorientation from my temporal journey. Outside, the village continued its daily rhythm, blissfully unaware that someone from the future was sitting in Elias's cottage, trying to figure out how to explain the concept of time travel through interpretive dance. Medieval Scottish villages, I learned over the following days, operate on a social system that makes modern office politics look straightforward. Everyone knows everyone else's business, but they discuss it in such elaborate circumlocutions that understanding what's actually happening requires the analytical skills of a detective and the patience of a saint. Elias, with her practical demeanour, appeared to have taken on the role of my cultural interpreter and general caretaker. She'd found me clothes that wouldn't immediately mark me as either foreign or potentially magical. A long tunic in undyed wool, rough brown trousers, and shoes that were less shoes and more leather suggestions wrapped around my feet. The transformation from 21st century person to medieval peasant was remarkably thorough, though I kept the compass hidden in an inner pocket like a technological talisman. The daily rhythm of village life unfolded around me like a complex dance. I was learning one stumbling step at a time. People rose with the sun because artificial lighting consisted of candles and firelight, both too precious to waste on staying up late binge-watching anything. Work commenced immediately and persisted until dusk, interspersed with meals that became unique events. Food, I discovered, was both simpler and more complicated than I'd expected. Simpler because ingredients were limited to what could be grown, caught, or raised locally. More complicated because preparing even basic meals required skills I'd never developed, like knowing which wild plants were edible versus which ones would make you see colours that didn't exist. Elise took my culinary education seriously, teaching me to identify herbs by smell and touch, to judge when bread was properly kneaded by the way the dough felt under my hands, and to tend a fire so it provided steady heat without consuming all the fuel. These lessons came with running commentary in her musical dialect, most of which went over my head, but some of which I was beginning to understand through sheer repetition and context. The village blacksmith, a man named Hamish, who looked like he could arm wrestle bears for entertainment, became another inadvertent teacher. He spoke even less comprehensible English than Elias, but his demonstrations of metalworking were clear enough. Watching him shape iron with hammer and fire was like seeing magic that happened to obey the laws of physics. The rhythmic ringing of his hammer provided the village's soundtrack, a steady percussion that marked the passage of working hours. What struck me most was how much everyone knew about everything. Elias could predict weather by reading clouds, identify plants that would cure headaches or settle stomachs, spin wool into thread, weave thread into cloth, and cook meals that turned basic ingredients into something approaching delicious. Hamish could make tools, horseshoes and weapons, and probably fix anything made of metal. Everyone possessed practical knowledge that had been passed down through generations of trial and error. I, meanwhile, knew how to operate a microwave and had strong opinions about coffee brands. The skill gap was humbling. The social dynamics fascinated me in ways that probably weren't entirely healthy. Decisions seemed to emerge from informal discussions that could last days, with everyone contributing opinions in ways that looked chaotic, but followed patterns I was slowly learning to recognise. Leadership existed but was more collaborative than hierarchical, at least on the level of daily village life. My presence had become a source of mild entertainment for everyone. People needed to teach the stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, basic survival skills that most people learned as children. But there was no mockery in their attention, just curiosity and the kind of practical helpfulness that comes from living in a community where everyone's survival depends on everyone else's competence. The evenings were my favourite time. After the work was done and the animals settled for the night, people would gather around fires to share stories, songs and whatever passed for local gossip. These sessions were like a combination of theatre, news broadcast and social media feed, all rolled into an oral tradition that stretched back generations. I listened more than I spoke, partly because understanding their stories required most of my mental processing power, but mainly because the storytelling itself was so rich. These weren't just tales, they were living history, entertainment, moral instruction, and community memory all woven together in voices that knew how to make words dance. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by voices speaking in rhythms older than written history, I began to understand why my great-aunt Moira's compass had brought me here. The present wasn't just a different time, it was a different way of being human, one that operated on completely different assumptions about what mattered and how life should be lived. Just when I'd started feeling reasonably confident about my ability to navigate medieval Scottish life without accidentally starting a witch trial or dying from eating the wrong mushroom, the universe decided to remind me that historical periods come with historical problems, the kind that don't have modern solutions. It started with Hamish not showing up at his forge for 2 consecutive days. In a village where everyone's routine was as predictable as sunrise, this was equivalent to the town clock stopping. Ilias noticed first, the way mothers notice when children are too quiet. She stood in her doorway, looking toward the silent smithy with the expression of someone calculating distances to the nearest help. The explanation, when it came, arrived in the form of young Tevish running through the village like his hair was on fire, shouting something in rapid Gaelic that sent every adult within hearing distance into immediate action. Even with my improving language skills, I caught only fragments, something about riders, weapons, and a word that might have been MacLeod, spoken in the tone usually reserved for natural disasters. Within minutes, the village transformed from sleepy rural community to organised emergency response team. Men appeared with weapons I hadn't known they possessed, swords, spears and bows that looked both well-maintained and frequently used. Women began securing livestock, hiding valuables, and preparing for what was clearly a familiar drill. Elias grabbed my arm with a grip that suggested this was not the time for questions. She led me to her cottage, where she began pulling up floorboards to reveal a cache that contained everything from silver coins to woolen cloaks to what appeared to be important documents wrapped in oiled cloth. The hiding place was obviously well planned and frequently accessed. Through gestures and her increasingly urgent dialect, she managed to communicate that raiders, possibly clan rivals, possibly just opportunistic troublemakers, were approaching from the east. This was apparently a recurring problem, like having neighbours who borrowed your tools and never returned them, except the tools were your livestock, and the borrowing involved weapons. The next few hours unfolded like a medieval disaster movie, except with no special effects budget and considerably more authentic terror. The village emptied as people moved to defensive positions or hiding places that had clearly been planned in advance. I found myself following Elias to a cave system in the nearby hills, along with most of the women, children and elderly villagers. The caves were more sophisticated than I'd expected, dry, well ventilated and stocked with supplies that suggested this wasn't anyone's first rodeo. Someone had carved rough shelves into the stone walls, and these held water containers, preserved food, and bundles of warm clothing. This was infrastructure born from necessity, the kind of preparation that comes from living with ongoing uncertainty. Waiting in the cave, listening to the muffled sounds of what might have been conflict in the distance, gave me plenty of time to contemplate how unprepared I was for medieval life's more challenging aspects. My modern sensibilities kept expecting someone in authority to handle the situation. Police, military, some form of organised government response. Instead, the villagers were handling it themselves with the calm competence of people who'd never had the luxury of expecting rescue from outside. Hours passed with a kind of slow intensity that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. Children remained remarkably quiet, as if they understood the stakes without needing explanation. Adults took turns at the cave entrance, listening for signals that would indicate whether it was safe to return. The compass in my pocket felt warm against my leg, a reminder that I had options these people didn't. I could potentially use it to return to my time and escape this danger entirely. But the thought felt like abandonment, like walking away from people who'd shown me kindness when I was completely helpless. Late in the afternoon, Tavish appeared at the cave entrance with news delivered in excited whispers. The raiders had moved on without attacking the village directly, apparently deciding the target wasn't worth the effort. But they'd taken livestock from the outlying farms, including Hamish's prize bull and several sheep belonging to other families. The relief was palpable, but it came mixed with the grim understanding that the victory was only a temporary reprieve. Medieval life, I realised, existed in a constant state of low-level emergency, where security was temporary and survival required constant vigilance. As we emerged from the caves and made our way back to the village, I found myself looking at my temporary home with new eyes. These buildings were more than just charming historical structures. They served as fortress walls, safe harbours, and the delicate boundary between civilization and chaos, in a world more fragile than I had ever imagined. Recovery from a medieval crisis, I learned, doesn't involve insurance claims or government assistance. It involves community action that makes barn raising look casual. The villagers' response to the recent raid played out like a carefully choreographed dance that everyone knew the steps to except me. Within hours of returning from the caves, assessment and redistribution began. Hamish's lost bull was mourned briefly, then replaced through a complex system of shared resources that involved everyone contributing something: grain, labour, animals, or promissory notes for future services. Watching this unfold was like seeing economics in its most basic form, where value was measured in practical terms and everyone's survival depended on everyone else's generosity. My role in this recovery effort was initially unclear. I possessed no livestock to share, no traditional skills to contribute, and no accumulated social capital to draw upon. Standing around looking sympathetic wasn't going to help anyone replace stolen sheep. But Elise, with her gift for practical solutions, found ways to make me useful. She set me to work helping with tasks that required more hands than skill, holding wool while she spun it into thread, carrying water for various household needs, and learning to tend the fire so it burned efficiently without consuming precious fuel. These weren't glamorous contributions, but they freed her to focus on more complex work, which in turn helped the overall community effort. The compass in my pocket seemed to pulse occasionally, as if reminding me of its presence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what would happen if I used it, whether I'd return to my own time and place, leaving this community to handle their challenges without the minor assistance I was learning to provide. The thought always left me feeling oddly hollow, like contemplating leaving a book unfinished. As days passed, I began to understand the intricate social network that held the village together. Relationships here weren't just personal, they were economic, political, and survival-based all at once. When old Morag shared her preserved vegetables with families who'd lost stores to the raiders, she wasn't just being kind, she was investing in a network of reciprocity that might save her life someday. My language skills improved through necessity and immersion. Conversations that had been incomprehensible began revealing their meanings, though I still missed subtleties and references to shared history. The dialect was like a musical instrument I was learning to play. I could manage simple melodies, but the complex compositions were still beyond my reach. Hamish, recovered from whatever had kept him away during the raid, took an interest in my metalworking curiosity. His forge became a second classroom where I learned that working with iron required patience, timing, and physical strength I was slowly developing. The rhythm of hammer on anvil was meditative in ways I hadn't expected, and there was profound satisfaction in shaping metal into useful forms. Under his patient instruction, I managed to create my first piece, a simple hook for hanging pots. It was crude, functional, and probably embarrassing by medieval standards. But Hamish examined it with the seriousness of a master craftsman evaluating important work. His nod of approval felt like earning a diploma from the University of Practical Life. The village's children became another source of education, though they were probably learning as much from me as I was from them. My stories about the future, carefully disguised as tales from far away, fascinated them. In return, They taught me games, songs, and the kind of local knowledge that adults took for granted but visitors needed to learn. Through their patient instruction, I discovered which berries were safe to eat, how to read weather signs and cloud formations, and the proper way to approach various animals without getting kicked, bitten, or worse. I realised that children's knowledge, unfiltered by assumptions about what everyone already knew, was often more practical than adult knowledge. Evening storytelling sessions continued to be highlights of each day. My contributions to these gatherings evolved from silent listening to occasional participation. The first time I successfully told a story that made people laugh, I felt like I'd passed some invisible test of community membership. The story was about a traveller who got lost and ended up in a place where everything was familiar but slightly different, like his home viewed through a distorting mirror. Looking back, it was probably more autobiography than fiction, but the audience appreciated the humour in someone bumbling through unfamiliar customs while trying to maintain dignity. Sitting by firelight surrounded by faces that had become familiar and dear, I realised I'd stopped thinking about this experience as temporary. The compass still rested in my pocket, still offered the possibility of return, but that possibility felt less urgent than it had when I'd first arrived. Finding your place may mean not just surviving, but also adding value to those around you. Living in medieval Scotland for several weeks taught me that community isn't just a pleasant social concept. It's a survival technology refined over generations. Every relationship, every tradition, and every seemingly casual interaction served multiple purposes that weren't immediately obvious to someone raised in the age of individualism and social safety nets. The revelation came during preparation for what Ilias called the harvest celebration, though my improving language skills suggested the actual name involved several syllables that didn't translate directly into modern English. The celebration wasn't just a party, it was a community-wide ritual of gratitude, resource assessment, and social bonding that would help everyone survive the coming winter. Preparations began weeks in advance and involved everyone in overlapping circles of responsibility. Women organised food preparation that required coordinating ingredients from dozens of households. Men handled construction of temporary structures and arrangements for entertainment. Children managed smaller tasks that nonetheless proved essential to the overall effort. My role in these preparations had naturally transitioned from that of a helpful stranger to that of a community member. Alias no longer gave me basic instructions for simple tasks. She assumed I understood the underlying patterns and would apply them appropriately. This shift from explicit teaching to implicit expectation felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Hamish had begun including me in conversations about metalwork projects that extended beyond immediate practical needs, planning decorative elements for the celebration, discussing improvements to tools and equipment, and considering the next season's requirements. These conversations assumed I would be present for their completion. The assumption was never stated directly, but it coloured every discussion about future plans. The compass in my pocket had become a familiar weight, no longer foreign, but not quite forgotten. Sometimes I'd catch myself absently touching it through the fabric, like checking for keys or a wallet in a habit that suggested ownership rather than temporary possession. When had it stopped being my great-aunt Moira's compass and become simply mine? As the celebration approached, I began to understand the deeper currents that moved beneath village life. This ceremony wasn't just about harvest. It was about reinforcing social bonds that would be tested by winter's isolation and challenges. The shared work of preparation created opportunities for resolving conflicts, negotiating marriages, planning collaborative projects, and generally maintaining the social fabric that held everyone together. My contribution to the celebration planning surprised me with its complexity. What started as simple task assistance had grown into genuine responsibility for coordinating between different working groups. People came to me with questions, suggestions, and problems that needed solving. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd become someone others relied upon. The night before the celebration, I found myself sitting with Hamish outside his forge, sharing ale that tasted like liquid bread, and watching stars that looked brighter than any I'd seen in the 21st century. Our conversation meandered through topics that would have been impossible when I'd first arrived. Technical discussions of metalworking, philosophical observations about community life, and shared complaints about weather and neighbours. "You're different than when you first appeared," Hamish said in his careful English, clearly making an effort to communicate precisely. Less like someone watching everything from outside. His observation struck me as profoundly accurate. I had been watching from outside initially, observing medieval life like an anthropologist or tourist, maintaining psychological distance even while learning practical skills, but somewhere along the way that distance had dissolved. I'd stopped analysing and started simply living. The realisation raised questions I'd been avoiding. What was my responsibility to this community that had taken me in? What did I owe to people who'd shared their resources, knowledge and lives with someone who might disappear at any moment? The compass offered escape, but escape from what? And to what? My modern life seemed increasingly abstract when I tried to recall its details. The job that had felt vital, the possessions I'd accumulated, the relationships that operated through screens and scheduled interactions, all of it felt less real than the weight of bread dough in my hands or the satisfaction of shaping metal in Hamish's forge. That night, I lay on the straw mattress in Elise's cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of village life settling into sleep, and tried to imagine using the compass to return home. The image felt hollow, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. This was not because modern life was bad, but rather because it belonged to someone I could no longer confidently identify with. The celebration tomorrow would mark not just the harvest, but a year's cycle of growth, work, and community survival. It occurred to me that I'd become part of that cycle in ways I hadn't planned or expected. The question wasn't whether I belonged here, it was whether I could imagine belonging anywhere else. Tomorrow would provide clarity one way or another. The harvest celebration unfolded like a symphony played by instruments I'd never heard before but somehow recognised in my bones. Dawn brought the scent of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children's laughter mixing with adult voices raised in songs that seemed older than the stones themselves, and a sense of anticipation that made the air itself feel alive with possibility. I woke to find that Elias had left new clothes on the stool beside my bed. Not the rough work garments I'd grown accustomed to, but festival clothes in colours that caught the light. The tunic was deep blue, the colour of the evening sky, with embroidery around the neck and sleeves that must have taken weeks to complete. When had she found time to create this? And why? The day began with a ritual I was invited to join rather than simply observe. Standing in the village centre with everyone else, hands joined in a circle that encompassed the entire community. I listened to words spoken in Gaelic that I couldn't understand but somehow felt the meaning of. Gratitude, remembrance, hope for the future, acknowledgement of the cycles that connected all life. Universal concepts expressed in ancient syllables. Upon the conclusion of the formal ceremonies and the commencement of the celebration proper, I found myself effortlessly transitioning through familiar routines, helping to arrange food on long tables constructed from planks and sawhorses, ensuring that fires were properly tended to keep everything warm, and solving small logistical problems that arose when large groups tried to coordinate complex activities. But something had shifted in how others responded to my presence. Previously, strangers would greet me with careful politeness, but now they greet me with the casual warmth of family. Children ran to me with questions and small disasters that needed adult attention. Adults included me in conversations without the slight pause that indicated translation or explanation. Hamish found me during the height of the festivities, carrying 2 cups of something that smelled like fermented happiness. "You've been quiet today," he noted as he settled beside me on a log strategically positioned to overlook the celebration. "Thinking heavy thoughts?" The question was more perceptive than I'd expected. I had been thinking heavy thoughts, about time, belonging, responsibility, and the weight of choices that couldn't be undone. The compass in my pocket felt heavier than usual, as if it understood that decision time was approaching. "I've been thinking about staying," I said, the words emerging before I'd consciously decided to speak them. Hamish nodded as if his discovery wasn't surprising news. "And what's stopping you?" The question pierced through my inner turmoil. What was stopping me? Fear of commitment to a life so different from everything I'd known. Was I feeling guilty for forsaking my own responsibilities? Or something deeper? The terror of discovering that I might be happier in a world without modern conveniences, that my carefully constructed 21st century life might have been a beautiful prison I'd mistaken for freedom. As evening approached and the celebration began winding toward its traditional conclusion, Elias appeared at my elbow with timing that suggested she'd been watching for the right moment. Without words, she led me away from the crowd to a quiet spot overlooking the village, where the sounds of continuing festivities provided a cheerful background murmur. "The compass," she said simply, using English words carefully chosen for clarity. It brought you here for a reason. I looked at her in surprise. You know about the compass? Her smile carried centuries of knowledge. Some things are older than the stories we tell about them. Your great-aunt knew this place, knew these people. The compass doesn't bring travellers, it brings family home. The revelation settled over me like recognition of something I'd always known but never articulated. Great-aunt Moira's stories about Scotland, her mysterious past and the way she'd always seemed slightly out of step with modern times. Suddenly they made sense in ways that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with truth. The compass grew warm in my pocket, and I understood that this was the moment of choice. I could return to my time, carrying memories of this experience like souvenirs from an extraordinary vacation. Or I could stay, accepting the responsibility and joy of genuine belonging in a community that had already accepted me as one of their own, looking down at the village where lights flickered in windows, where people I'd grown to love were continuing celebrations that would carry them through another winter, where my hands had helped build something larger than myself. The choice felt less like a decision and more like recognition. The compass would stay in my pocket, its work complete. I was already home.